Hey there, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. This is the last day of our virtual LibreOffice conference. Welcome from the basement in Hamburg, and now we finally have Thorsten upstairs.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we managed to get the screen sharing going. You have to use Firefox for it. That has other drawbacks, but at least the screen sharing works properly. So we're kind of iteratively improving.
Yeah.
Okay, so you give us the go, or should we just start?
We can start, I guess.
Okay. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to a little update on the LibreOffice WebAssembly story. We kind of perhaps overambitiously promised LibreOffice in the browser live and in color today. There will be some colors on the slides. They're still not a very demoable version from the WebAssembly port, just to get expectations right here. We're sorry for that. It turns out to be quite a massive moonshot, but at least we will give you some updates on where we are, what we achieved, what we're planning to do, and some updated timeline. I'm here with Jan Marek, who's been doing the bulk of the work of that porting, really. So in a moment, I will just hand over to him to update you on what was going on. I was also doing a bit of work here and some hacking, but he and Armin, who unfortunately can't be here today, did the bulk of the work. First of all, what this is all about. So LibreOffice WebAssembly is an attempt to get LibreOffice running natively in the browser. So which means compile it down to WebAssembly, which is a very special binary format that runs natively in the browser, not like JavaScript, but very similar from a high-level point of view. There's a number of reasons why we think that is important. We gave some. We pitched that last year for the LibreOffice conference. We gave an update at FOSDEM this year. It's a very nice complement, we believe, to other solutions. Beyond the fact, obviously, we believe that the browser as a platform is very, very interesting, and it's a very good way to reach vast numbers of users without having to port to any native, to their native, whatever they're running devices. So we further think that the time is ripe for that. We've seen a number of high-profile ports into WebAssembly in the last year or two. For example, AutoCAD have ported their engine natively. There's a ton of smaller projects, many of them open source. For example, for encryption or other stuff that you really would like to run as close as possible to where your user and your data is. And there's been quite some nice improvements. So we still do believe, although we did hit the outsized number of problems, particularly with the toolchain, we still believe that this is the right time to do that, and in general that things are there, available and ready. We're very grateful. This project is funded by an LNet. Thanks for that, who in turn are funded by EU Horizon project. So thanks to an LNet Foundation for helping us out here. Let me now hand over to Jan Marek for a quick update on where we are, what are the challenges, and what's coming.
So, yeah, as you can see, that's basically our links from last year. They're still more or less up to date. We just pushed few updates in the last days during the conference to that branch. You can still build LibreOffice Wasm completely, and it will finish the build, but yeah, you will have runtime problems. As you can see also on the slides, you have little progress since FOSDEM, like because of the problems from the size of LibreOffice linking and building the stuff in Wasm. We decided to go to turn roundabout to do a really static Linux build, which is basically the whole strip down of the Wasm build, but a better debugging and runtime environment. And that is also working in the branch, so you can build a single S-Office binary and it will run without any other dynamic linking. There are already quite a few changes to accomplish that in master, but more stuff is pending still. It's still a lot of stuff to clean up. We will hope we can push more stuff in the next time.
We did quite some changes, like you've seen some configuratory changes and also part of the static build stuff.
The slides don't seem to be updated. I thought it was on my side, but it's your fault. Seems to be like the chat is. Oh.
So what's the current slide is the current Wasm status?
I see that now. Yep.
Okay, great.
We didn't. Okay.
So let's hope it's holding up.
Okay.
Yeah. So right. So more broadly, so if you look at my commits and Jan Marek's commits in master, that's probably the majority of the changes since February are related to the Wasm project. There's also quite some stripping down changes from Armin there, just to get, let's say, to slim to slim it down and just use basic writer. Part of that is also already in master, not everything. The ongoing development, as you see on the slide, is indeed, so that's the latest and greatest with the latest changes from yesterday, the feature Wasm branch.
The slides are again stuck. It seems that you have some internet connection problem.
And in the Jitsi, there I can see only Dennis' event listing and not the slides ever.
Okay.
Just to mention it.
Try to
Much
reshare.
better. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I thought the theory is that if we keep talking here, that it would then show the slides or the screen share, which is not the case. Can you see us our moving heads in the video?
Now.
Yes. Now I see you perfectly clear.
Maybe we need to bounce up and down a bit more.
Don't stop bouncing. Sorry, continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bassdrückchen.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, even with the stuff and problems, just to have a reminder, what we originally had planned is that the VCL demo would be running and we would have Qt5 at the main Wasm backend and doing some probably end-to-end encrypted communication between two LibreOffice versions. That was a little bit over-optimistic. We didn't expect that many problems already in the toolchain. So, yeah, with that, we are going to what and why the Linux static build. First thing is the development itself is quite hard still with Wasm. We had really long link times and something like 30 minutes for linking the file Wasm binary for normal setups with less than 64 gigabyte of RAM. It wouldn't link at all and would run out of memory.
I think it was actually killing your box even with 64 gigabyte because actually your operating system needs a bit of space and
yeah, but yeah.
was
that was
effective.
Definitely an environment you do not, or you couldn't do any native development in the browser. So we said, okay, while we have those general problems, how can we continue from another angle? And that's why we decided to go via C++ static build, and that is actually working. And you have those GDB and can really debug stuff that is broken. We patched a few stuff there based on the iOS and Android static builds, so that all the static build components are linked in. Currently, that is something you had to manage manually, but with our changes, you simply can build all the components and they are linked in automatically, and the correct lookup maps are generated.
And it's even that's even better than the Android and iOS build, because they had like manual list of components that you need to link, and the Linux static build is now kind of self-determining what dependencies it needs. And again, the reason why we wanted that or we needed that is it's kind of simulating. It's like the GTK viewer simulating online and tiled rendering, or the Android viewer. It's like simulating the environment that we have in WASM, like everything linked into one static binary. So we were much faster, for example, for the stripping down, because we didn't need to wait half an hour to an hour and needing massive amounts of RAM for the development cycle.
Thorsten, please turn off the webcam. It should be stable, more stable then.
Let's do that. And then once we're showing slides, you can switch it back on and chat a bit. See you then. Okay, hopefully better now.
Yeah, at least the slides are really high resolution.
Okay. So anyway, just over the last half a year, basically the development experience had quite improved. Normally, the default Emscripten version used for Qt is some old one point something version, but the improvements on all sides were so enormous that we decided to ignore that and go to something newer. Actually, I'm currently using 2.29, which is the current release, which means that those 30 minutes link times get down to something like a minute. It means that the massive gigabyte of RAM is not any problem anymore, because now it doesn't exceed something like 3 gigabyte. And even more important is, or probably not more important, is that now you have dwarf information directly from CLang in the WASM binaries, and you can actually work and debug with those dwarf information inside Chrome, which before was just basically decompiling the WASM into some kind of WASM assembler, and then you could try to understand that stuff, and it was hard. So from that side, you can see that as much as we thought, okay, WASM is now 5 years old, stuff should work, yeah, it still improves on a lot of times. And if you, I just recently had looked for some stuff with 2 or 3 year old WASM assembly code to recompile that, and the assembler gave errors. So it's still a moving target, but stuff massively improved in the last half a year.
Maybe just one anecdote here. What kind of so it's like you know this breaking your tool chain since 1989. So I think some one of our project members once did a T-shirt for that, and it's really true. So with LibreOffice, we're really hitting all the problems. The good news is that the Mscripten toolchain is improving. They're taking feedback and they're taking it serious, and also on the browser side. But the anecdote I was about to say is like, if you want to debug LibreOffice like with source level debugging, you probably need to, as of today, still compile your own browser because there's a built-in limit of, I think, 1 million lines. Beyond that, they will just give up and not show you any line-by-line source level info. So I think I still believe it was worth doing the static native build.
So yeah, the next thing is going to still open problems we are facing. One thing is bridges and the UNO mappings to really get over the bootstrapping and start the stuff. It's not 100% sure if we can really implement a bridge, or it's better to work around it. There are some ideas, but yeah, not really.
It's essentially the same
final ideas.
It's essentially the same problem that the iOS and like first the Android port and then the iOS ports were facing, that the UNO bridges are kind of extra difficult code. They have that, sometimes it's self modifying code, sometimes it's code that's generated on the fly. So you have code that generates assembler code and then jumps on the self-generated code and does something magic. And on many platforms you can do that if you know what you're doing. You need to hack some assembler. On some platforms like iOS, you just can't have self-modifying binaries for security reasons. So and actually my conviction is that for something that does not need any remote connections or has no built-in Java or Python that needs to dynamically call stuff, you really don't need this bridge thing. It's just that it's the number of ties it has into all over the source code is quite large. So we're still trying to work around that. It's on the stack, perhaps something to do later to write out the bridge for that sort of like iOS and WebAssembly and Android to write out the bridge entirely. We will see. For the while, we're trying to do what the iOS porters did and just have a minimally, not a working bridge, but a fake bridge that does enough to survive until the first document's loading.
So yeah, the second thing is something like persistent part of a file system image. I mean, we are already generating a file system image to get all the standard configuration files into the WASM environment. We are not yet sure what way to go to make persistent writing stuff from a user's point of view usable. I'm not sure we need to go there. Currently, the LibreOffice first startup is to start LibreOffice, generate a user project profile and LibreOffice, and start LibreOffice again. Obviously, that's not really possible in the browser, which would mean if you end LibreOffice or the WASM file, the image will be gone and you start from the beginning. So in endless loop, we will see how that's going there. I mean, generally, there's still some gbuild stuff, and we need to update it when we rebase it. But most of the stuff is just working. Just if there are larger things, we need to rebuild the stuff.
Yeah, right. And of course, upstream, like merge that into masters so that that's still. So the status on the branch. So my gut feeling is that gbuild is mostly good there. Just probably needs some cleanup and then like properly merging that into master. Right. In terms of setup there, so we were still struggling a bit with Mscripten, because it turned out that depending on when and on which time of the day, phase of the moon, and Linux version we were installing, scripten, you will get subtly different either, despite the fact that you were kind of checking out a very specific version, you were still getting subtly different local setups because of the Node.js crap that this is pulling. So we had Docker images for building, and I'm not sure whether that's the right approach, because then you have all kinds of funny issues with the Strut environment, and then being able to or not being able to debug that because the file mapping is different. But what do you think? Is that's something that has stabilized as well, or?
No idea. I'm still building without a root environment. The good thing is that the current status of the static build is that it really doesn't need any any local libraries completely now. So you can, like a Windows build, you can build everything in. And the only thing you basically need on your system is the compiler. Everything else is downloaded, compiled, and linked locally. So I do not really even use a change root environment for the static build anymore. It works without. So maybe that's the most the best way to go for that problem. Just to not depend on anything else than the compiler. We will see. Yeah, like all the time.
But it does seem to settle down there, like stabilizing, whether by sheer luck or by having gbuild now properly fixed. I don't know.
Maybe we will build something with Meson next year. The stuff is there. It can build writer, but that's a different problem. So this is kind of the updated project plan and timeline. So we still think VCL demo will run soon. Let's see if our predictions are now better than the last time.
Yeah, we're spending the better part of the night trying to get this going, and I got it much further. But there's always this. You only see the next door after you open this door, so there's always another room. So it's a bit hard to predict. But we're kind of going through the VCL init, like the bootstrap code, like line by line, and we're almost at the end. So with a bit of more focused work and another night shift or two, the hope is that really we have that, and we will let you know by social media then.
On Tuesday, yes? Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, then, the current build is still big, even with strip down or something like that. If you have a Wasm build with debugging information, you still get a 1 gigabyte binary. If you don't build with debug information and optimized build, it's still 100 megabytes. So there is still quite some part of improvements to do there. Basically, a lot will be switching on to internal browser APIs, which provide the same tools and calls like ICU and NSS. So we do not have to compile them ourselves.
We did some, Armin did some nice analysis there, like and there's some. You remember that the tools we were using, this Bloaty from Google?
I think so.
Yeah. So we were just counting, like checking the binary size and then mapping to modules where the bloat comes from, and unfortunately, quite a large bit there is something like ICU
data
that
tables.
Is hard to that's hard to get out if you really want to be able to load ODF documents. But the good news is that browsers have the same kind of API. I mean, they even bundle ICU, I believe. So then instead of shipping another ICU, just use the browser API. That would be the plan. But we're not there yet.
Yeah. Another thing is still that we have Qt5 at the main backend that's working, but Qt5 also has its own ICU library. So probably also duplicated codes there, but that is generally working. And also Qt5 is used in the static build to start writer, and it's working there. And yeah, last line is basically yours. I'm not that optimistic that end-to-end encryption will be working next spring, but yeah, FOSDEM is there. We have some target timeline, and we will see.
We have again, thanks to NLnet to be very understanding there, that this is a kind of interesting, very important, but also very challenging project, and they gave us some extension until early next year. So we're still funded by then, and we will continue fighting. And hopefully succeeding. Yeah. So I think this end of the year to get some visible demo that is achievable. We will see then what to prioritize, whether we go for smaller size or whether we go for something like end-to-end encryption. So far there were massive challenges, but most of those challenges, well, half of those challenges were like the build system, and Jan-Marek kind of struggled with that, and in the end won and got it going. And the other bit was the MScript and WebAssembly ecosystem. And they also nicely, without us doing much, solved those issues and improved that massively. So right now, I mean, the ways things are going is still very, very positive. So I'm enthusiastic, and I'm also positive that.
I mean, we are not giving up. We are still hoping everything will work out in the end.
There's only onwards. There's no giving up. Okay, so just to leave a bit of time for questions, I think we have like some 3 minutes left. So we would like to thank you for your attention. We'd like to thank NLnet and EU for funding this or co-funding this. And we did now switch off the screen sharing and switch on the camera so you can ask us questions.
Maybe we should.
Let me try. There we go.
Yeah, at least. And Heiko asks, how about Qt6?
Qt6, that's a good question, because Michael Wekon from the city of Munich, he tried to build the Qt5 backend with Qt6 yesterday or a few days ago, and he basically wrote on IRC, it just works. There may be some problems and improvements needed, but you can build with Qt6 and it will start LibreOffice, and there was no obviously broken stuff. So.
And now you tell me we should have switched to Qt6 immediately.
Yeah.
We would have had a demo today. Yeah, we'll see like the backend, like how to render in the browser. That's a question. So one man was there to use styled rendering that kind of provides already quite a lot of shrink wrapping that we would need, but Qt is also interesting because they also have, since quite some time, they have native WebAssembly support. We will see. But whatever is easiest, then I suspect the version.
So no further questions.
Well,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. And we will keep you posted.
Yeah, definitely. Try to build the branch.
Svante says, when with update timeline, you should be finished with FOSDEM, or?
Yes.
So we have a bit longer than FOSDEM, but FOSDEM obviously is a very nice opportunity and target, and trying to get there. Yeah.
If FOSDEM will take place.
That this is a new project, so it's in the end, it's not too surprising that things are surprisingly hard.
Different than expected.
On the other hand, it's great then to have other organizations like, okay, software is hard and LibreOffice is harder. And then WebAssembly, which adds an extra layer of complexity. Yeah, but we will keep going.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
The next talk is by Marco Marinello, Building and Using LibreOffice Online again. Yeah. So, Marco? I guess you can start.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Microphone too low, too high?
it's fine.
Okay.
For the case you're sharing something, it's not shown.
One more second. Better now?
Ah, fine. Yeah, I see the slide at least.
All right. So thank you, Dennis, for the introduction. My name is Marco Marinello, and today I want to give a bit of update on the building and using LibreOffice Line. As you can't see me, I've added a picture of mine later on. The next slide. So the agenda will be the Who Am I, a short story of LibreOffice Online, how I met it, what I've done, and about the breakup. What building online today means, and why the wiki won't do the trick anymore. The last one standing and why it can't be good. Newer versions from Collabora repository, some tips on how to build and on how to use, and a quick roadmap for the future. So, who am I? I'm a freelance developer and system administrator. I was previously working in Continuity, which is an Italian corporate, and part of work was also online. I'm a computer science student at the Free University of Bolzano, a member of the Document Foundation, and I'm also the president of the Linux user group of Bolzano, which is celebrating the 20th anniversary this year. So the short story of online, if some of you doesn't know what LibreOffice Online is and the dynamics behind it. So it was announced back in 2011 with the idea of bringing the LibreOffice package into a browser and have collaborative editing and so on. It was mainly developed by Collabora, and it's written in C, C++, JavaScript, and requires running his executable on a web server. So it's not something you can just upload on a shared hosting. You pay a couple euros a year. It requires, I would say, a Linux host running his own executable, which spins off a web server you can then proxy via HA proxy, Apache, or anything you want. It's based on the WOPI protocol, which was first invented and introduced by Microsoft, and it's a protocol for sharing files between a storage and editing environment. So SIB, which as we now know was spinned off as Allotropia, and by the way, it's an honor for me to speak next to Thorsten and the Allotropia team. And also 1&1 started developing and selling online. And here you have the map of the organization contributing to the online repository at TDF's infrastructure from the Kibana dashboard. Online becomes the subject of many talks. So on the wiki page of LibreOffice Online, you have a short list that will need to be integrated after the talks of LibreCon of this year. And yeah, as you can see, it was quite an interesting topic. It was presented and talked about quite a while. Last time in 2019 was the SFS. I was there since it's held in Bolzano and I live here. And was basically when I was also working on LibreOffice Online. Online is being integrated in many distributions for self-hosting and commercial products. So this is also taken from the TDF wiki. We have a list of commercial products, mainly clouds, let's say, or Nextcloud instance, that also offer the online editing through LibreOffice Online. But on the right side, we also have softwares like the Corteza Community Server or Colab that provide the executable to run your own instance of online. So you are able to have your Nextcloud instance or OnCloud or anything else and integrate it with your own online server. So I said it was the 2019 when I was working on the FUS Remote Access, which is a web application for remotely accessing files in distributed WebAssembly-based infrastructure, when I've met LibreOffice Online. So the integration with online editing was pretty interesting. And it turned out there were almost no documentation on how to build it. And the wiki page was more commercial, so there was the lists we have saw before regarding the providers. There was a short story on how online project was started, but there was no indication on how to build it. And vendor provided Docker images came with limitation of concurrent users. So the pre-built images that were published on the Docker Hub or anywhere else came with a limit of concurrent users that could use that. And after that limit was reached, the N+1 user would just get a message, the limit is over, buy a license. And I had the pleasure to talk with Michael Mex yesterday, actually, about online, and he told me his limitation was removed. It's kind of a really good news. But back in that time, there was this problem. So I started working on a reliable way to build online and wrote appropriate documentation about it. This L10N Docker nightly script was already there and did almost anything we needed. So starting from scratch, was going to clone down the core and online repository on the branch you want, build it, and then generate a Docker image. It just needed to be expanded a little bit. For example, adding support for different host OS. So back in time, there was only one Docker file, which was for Ubuntu, and if you were building on Debian and then just copying the installation during inside the Ubuntu container, this wouldn't have worked, of course. So one of the things we have made was provide different Docker files so that the script can autonomously decide which one to use depending on your host system. A new page in the wiki targeting only how to build online, and many members contributed to it. So now in the TDF's wiki you can find a page which is named Building Online, which is entirely on how to build and which flags to set and so on. There are also other pages for the reverse proxy, for example, that were not quite finished. So yeah, this is one of the things done that are really done. So the breakup: shortly after the release of LibreOffice 7, Collabora announces they will fork online and stops contributing upstream. Quite disappointing, I know. So they basically forked the online repository at a point, it was the time, moved it on GitHub, and simply stopped pushing their commits back on the TDF infrastructure. So building online today. The repo at TDF is still readable, but only that, it's in read-only, since the board of directors decide to read it. And of course, it's outdated. So since nobody can write there, the last push is almost a year ago. And it misses the security updates. So why the wiki won't do the trick anymore? Yes, if you watch and check the TDF wiki and try to build against the fork, you will have some issues. And these issues are mainly that they changed the structure. So as the Docker folder previously was containing the scripts to just compile down the entire stuff, now there are two different subfolders from packages and from source. The first one provides an easy way to build the Docker image by just downloading the build artifacts from Collabora repository. So Debian packages, install them into the container, load the license key, and you go. And from source, it's basically what was the Docker folder before. And the variables. So there was this renaming. As you can notice, the no Docker push variable of the script has been dropped, and the other have mainly been replaced from LibreOffice to Collabora. Yeah, it has been stated in the past, it's not a best practice, of course. This is a patch set, it's available on Garrett, it will be linked in the presentation. Changing the variables, it's quite disappointing. As pointed out by Samuel, changing variable names breaks scripts and documentation. So the documentation that it's a TDF's wiki, it's outdated and provides wrong names despite the Collabora branch and fork. The last one standing, targeting with the one that is the latest version, you can build from the read-only repository of the Document Foundation, which will be based on the LibreOffice 7.0 branch and 7.06 of the core. But you should not do that. Here's why. It ships with known common vulnerabilities exposures that would require backporting the fixes. And you can do that since the repo is frozen. So some common vulnerabilities exposures were discovered after the fork, and they have of course been fixed in the Collabora repository, but there is no chance to get those fixes back into LibreOffice infrastructure since the repo is frozen. So the only way would be to fork the repository on your own and backport those fixes, but this won't be an improvement since it will just be another fork. And the same applies for the compiler. So ZCC version greater of 8.3.0 requires backporting patches. So trying to compile on Debian 11 will just give you a bunch of errors, even if you give all the possible disable warning flags, you'll still have issues. And again, the only way to fix them is to backport the patches. But you can still compile versions from the Collabora fork. The script is now the docker from sourcebuild.sh and will default to distro Collabora CP64 branch for the core of LibreOffice and for the master to the master for online, which up to this night doesn't compile, but you can use the distro Collabora CX64, which is the stable version, and you can always refer to the GitHub releases to check out which is the latest stable. If you want, you can, of course, also download the releases from GitHub and compile from there if you want to avoid stuff with Git going on. And talking about Git, if you care about your time, use the GitHub read-only mirror, because Git at LibreOffice, if you have to clone down almost 4 or 5 gigabytes of the core repository, will take literally forever. So at least from GitHub you can get a satisfying download speed, and of course for both online and core. Use Ccache if you don't want to compile it from zero every time, and set it up properly. So set a cache size that is appropriate, so 5 or 10 gigabytes. And keep in mind that building will require many hours, in my experience, more than 5 on a 12-core Xeon with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Now the most interesting part, so using online. How can you nowadays use online? So the wiki contains a short list of known integrations and are all marked as official, as unofficial, since are not released by the Document Foundation itself. And as mentioning, Nextcloud is one of the strongest integration we can notice, but there is also a Moodle plugin, which is quite interesting in my opinion, allows you to collaboratively edit documents with the students or allow them to submit an assignment using the online editor. There are also OnCloud and Mattermost integration that we know, but nobody up to now reported they tested it and brought it down in the wiki. So, as mentioned before, online uses the WOPI protocol. It can be integrated in any application that is already integrated with Office 365 or other WOPI-based online editors. And remember to double check the app stores for commercial names. So, as said, many times you'll find the app to integrate LibreOffice Online into another software released with a commercial name. So, for example, Collabora Online. This also applies to Moodle. Also, the Moodle plugin is named Collabora Online. You shouldn't be afraid of that, since normal operations will hide the commercial name of the app from the end user and override them with the compile time flags. So once you have opened the online editor, under the help menu info, you will find the string you have specified in build time. So should really not be a problem. Now, last but not least, a roadmap for the future, for everyone, for me, for you, from TDF, and so on. Update the wiki from an historical point of view. So the wiki is now stuck with this procedure on how to build online, but there's nothing about the fact that the repository at TDF is frozen and there has been a fork and so on. So someone should take a final decision on the frozen repository and the documentation. So if online is still a project of TDF, it makes sense to me to maintain the repository and the wiki, but if it's not, maybe we should just drop them. While waiting for WASM, and this is the reason, of course, it was a pleasure for me to talk after Allotropia, use online in a second time, hopefully we'll be able to migrate to WASM. Build it yourself, yeah, if you have time to invest in it, mainly a computer to dedicate to it. It's of course way funnier, and you can take the chance to use the customization flags, which will be without name and without branding, and this is also documented in the TDF wiki page. Be creative. So life needs creativity, so be creative. And don't forget to contribute to the project. One thing I noticed is that the Debian Docker file is broken at the moment due to the switch of master from stable to unstable and a missing library in Bullseye. So just find yourself something to do and do it. Thank you so much. Sorry, I've got 2 minutes out of my time, but if we can, I'll be answering any question. Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks. I do not see any questions at the moment. No. Well, we might have a short break for the next call. Presentation by Simon Kloss. Sorry when pronouncing it not correctly. Well, for the case somebody is having a question before we start the next talk, we'll write that. At least I do share the introduction. Yeah. When we start, JS dialogs improvements over the past year by Simon Klosch. Sorry for the pronunciation if it's wrong.
Hello, my name is Szymon Kłos and I'm a software engineer at Collabora Productivity. In this talk, I would like to present you the recent improvements in the JS dialogs. I will split my presentation into two parts. In the first part, I will explain what the JS dialogs is and also what we achieved in Collabora Online thanks to that. In the second part, I will show you the recent development and improvements I did over the past year. We can describe JS dialogs as a framework to share user interface components between the LibreOffice and Collabora Online. It allows us to improve both products at the same time. So for example, when we add a new feature to the Collabora Online, we also add that to LibreOffice. General idea is very simple. We take the desktop application user interface, we describe it in JSON format, then we send that JSON to the client web browser and we recreate the new interface using that description. Communication works in both directions, so when user does some input into controls, then the message is sent back to the server and processed by the original widgets. As we send only the abstract description in our JSON messages, we can interpret that in many ways. So for example, for mobile users, we can prepare different user interface than for the desktop ones. Initially, JS dialogs were introduced to provide advanced editing options to the mobile Collabora Online. We reused for that the sidebar transformed to mobile-friendly wizard. From the technical point of view, it wasn't a perfect solution as it was using the full JSON for the whole sidebar. So every time we did an action, we had to receive big file. Also, we supported only the synchronous mode, so we didn't know about any asynchronous event which could be present in the meantime between our requests. Also, we needed to implement some complex widget in JavaScript because it wasn't possible to send all the needed information inside the JSON. Later, JS dialogs were extended to notebook bar and dialogs. Thanks to reusing the welding mechanism introduced by Kaylan McNamara for GTK3, we were able to introduce the asynchronous events. From that moment, it was possible to receive information about actions user did on the widgets. On this slide, you can see an example of welded widget reused in the Collabora Online. It was the style previews widget from the notebook bar, which shows the currently used styles for paragraphs in Writer. Now we will take a look what was changed since the last conference. First, I was focused on the optimization. To avoid sending the full JSON every time we do some actions, I prepared 3 different types of messages. First, full window update. It's used for the initial creation of dialog or some other component. it's sent only the one time, and later when we receive some updates from any widget, we use the second type, a single widget update. It sends only the updated widget content, so we don't have to waste time on generating the JSON for the full dialog. The last type of messages is action message, which is used only for small updates inside one widget when it doesn't need to redraw everything. So for example, when we have the icon view and we only change the selection, we send the action with actual position to select. Thanks to that optimization, we reduced transfer size a lot, and also now we receive faster updates. It was visible especially for the widgets where we draw something on a canvas, like in icon views, or for example previews in the notebook bar. Now it's also possible to update some other widget when we are typing inside the input field. So it was also a big change in the user experience, because we see the updates in real time, not only after we finish typing. Next optimization was introduced by using the shared queue for messages. Thanks to that, we can reduce number of messages because we can remove few of them from the queue. For example, when we receive the full update, we don't want and we don't need all the previous messages, so we can simply remove them. Another small update is lazy message generation. So in the queue we have only the information which widget was updated and what kind of update it was, but we generate just JSON just before we send it. After I finished with optimizations, I looked at missing widgets. One of them was icon view, which is very useful to present set of custom previews. For example, Fontworks. Originally in the Fontwork dialog, Canvas was used for presenting the previews, but I decided to rework that to reuse icon view, because it's a native widget supported, for example, in GTK3, so it will be better to reuse the system widget for that. Also, it helped with the online, because we can have smaller updates. We don't have to draw the whole canvas every time we select some preview. Style previews in the notebook bar also were converted into icon view, because it helped with the user experience when we have a lot of styles and we want to find a correct one in the long list. Previously we had to click many times in the buttons, but now we can just scroll and see all the styles we have in the document. The most complex widget which was missing on the online site was the tree view. It appears in many different dialogs and can have multiple modes of displaying the content. For example, it can be a list view, it can be a tree view with checkboxes or without, it can show notes on demand, and also it supports drag and drop in some dialogs, like for example the pivot table dialog. We implemented all these different modes, and thanks to that now we have many useful features converted to JS dialogs, like auto filter pop-ups with tree view for selecting filters, and also pivot table dialog where we can compose a table using drag and drops between many trivias. When we finished with implementing missing widgets for JS dialogs, I switched the sidebar to use the JS dialogs. So now we have native HTML controls for the sidebar, and we can style it using the CSS. It also improves the user experience, for example on touch devices, because previously we used the canvas on which we were drawing the images of the sidebar. Now the scrolling and also list boxes are handled by the browser. With sidebar, I introduced to the JS dialog support for drop-downs. Now in both toolboxes and also menu buttons we can open the drop-down with some complex content. Also I introduced new sidebar panel where we can edit the selected font work. JS dialog now as a framework looks almost complete. I think only few small, less important widgets are missing. I think the next step is to switch all the dialogs in the online to use the JS dialogs instead of pixel-based dialogs. That's all I have for today. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thanks. I do not see any questions at the moment. Yeah. No questions at the moment. I guess maybe some questions we can answer it even a bit later. Next talk will be about the community survey, which was done last month or month before, can't remember. Hopefully everybody was providing some information for us. And I guess most membership committee users will be in the room later. Yeah. Then we will have a short break, I guess. Ha, there is a question. What is one of the main challenges in working on JS dialogs? Is been asked by Pedro Silva.
So I think there was a lot of challenges in this project. We had to support a lot of different complex widgets, and also it is changed every release because we still improving inside the LibreOffice the handling of many widgets. So we have to track all these changes every single release. So I think keeping that up to date is the biggest challenge.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Marina.
Can I start to share the screen?
You can. The Q&A is finished. You are moderator now. Let me stop the sharing. Who's presenting now? You and Jonah, or?
Yeah, we are presenting together. So she will start with the introduction of the survey, and then I will continue. I hope
Okay.
we'll work with the streaming.
We will see.
Let's hope. And you should see also my camera now.
At least I can see it.
It's a start. Jana, do you want to do a check of the audio?
So, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Loud? I would say a bit.
Well, usually she's not so loud.
A quiet person, I know.
I will try to be louder.
Oh.
Can't promise, so yeah, we'll do my best.
And maybe it's better to put the phone in airplane mode. Dennis, you are going to check the chat, right, for questions?
Yes, I'm a moderator.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm not keeping the chat open.
Better, so you don't get the ping all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Or pop up on the screen I'm sharing.
Oh, that one, yes.
No. And I still confirm that we should have a waiting music before the start of each talk.
No problem. Where's Florian when we need him?
No, but I'm serious. We could ask, like for the logo contest, we could have a song per conference.
Florian said he has a recording of Fosdem elevator music.
Indeed. The elevator in Brussels, yes.
Where's Florian? Florian, don't you want to sing a bit for the last 2 minutes?
No, I'm scared I might get caught by the upload filters.
Okay, then use the elevator music from Fosdem.
I think it's copyrighted. I don't think we can share it.
Definitely not, yes.
So
I was trying to find out the song's name, but was not available. So it seems to be something custom.
Then we should make something custom on our own.
it's what I said. Let's run a contest for the jingle of the conference together with the logo. That was interesting.
But we still had 9 hours and 56 minutes or 58 minutes. You can't stop that.
Okay.
Marina, I believe you can start.
Okay, so Jana, stage is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thanks for joining the session. So basically what we will speak today, we wanted to speak a bit more, to do a retrospective regarding the LibreOffice community survey that we run this year. And what we will be covering today, Marina, if you can go to the next slide, thanks. So basically, we will start with a bit of a story, why we wanted to do this community survey, how it has been like structures, and then in the end, we will do more analysis of the answers of the raw data that we have, and some open discussion for the next steps for the survey. So why we need it, how it started. Since we wanted to improve things in our community related to the contributors, you can improve things when you know better what are these gaps or what are the things that we need to improve. And for this, we wanted to better understand who are our contributors, where are they based, what needs they have, what things we should improve, better understand the local communities, how we can support them, what countries or cities we are missing or areas, and so on. So basically, we wanted to, and since also part of the survey, we have also like some, we had some open questions. We wanted also to give some more space for you all to give some suggestions and identify the areas where we can focus and that we can improve. And of course, like we also wanted to guide the project where the community wants to go. That's why we wanted to listen to you, your needs, your ideas, your feedbacks, so we can see what we can improve and where we as a community want to go. So the next slide, please. So how we structured the survey, and also this survey started as an idea from the MC membership committee team. So basically focusing on let's say the most important things that we wanted to see the membership base and so on. So that's why one of the first questions we wanted also, since the survey was not just for TDF members, but for all the people that are contributing in one way or another to LibreOffice. We wanted to see if you are also part of the TDF membership, if you are already a member. And we wanted also to understand that if someone was not, what was the reason and how we could improve this. And then the next one was more about like the contributors and the users. So like people that are contributing, how long they have been using LibreOffice, how long they have been as contributors, and also what kind of, what type of contributions they are also making to LibreOffice. So we could see like what areas we are missing, for example, here. And also to better understand how much time basically you spend on LibreOffice or the contributions that you have done. And specifically, we have asked in the last 3 months, since also is related to one of the questions that we ask when you want to become a TDF member. And then also, what are like the top reasons for you that make you contribute to LibreOffice? The next, it's more related to some improvements that we can do for LibreOffice, for the community and the outreach. So basically, we wanted to see how we can make the contributions to LibreOffice more attractive to people, more easier, and what we could improve in our community, what is like missing in your point of view. And also we had like an open question related to if you know any other open source contributors in your country that we can collaborate with them to also like make it better. And then the other part is more to the demographic. So we wanted to understand basically in which country you are living, so we could see how spread are our contributions, what languages languages you speak, if LibreOffice is available in your language, what is your gender, education level, and age range. So we could see the data if they are like kind of connected with each other, in which areas we are lacking more, and how we could improve this part. And the next, so the last one part of the survey was the open comments. So basically, this was like more to what we were missing in the other parts that we didn't mention. And here you could share more feedback on the things what we could improve. And we got a lot of feedback that Marina will share it later. So how we announced the survey. So the survey was announced as a blog post, and thanks a lot, Mike, for writing the blog post and publishing it. And the channels that we thought were better to promote it were the blog post, the mailing list. But we didn't promote this on the main social media channels, because since we wanted to be more focused on the contributors and not just users, that they are not contributing in any way to LibreOffice. We wanted this to be the main target of our survey. And that's why the survey started also on September 8th. It was running for 2 weeks, and then we also extended a bit the deadline. And the survey had 70 questions included. And also a very big thank you goes to Heiko as well for the great help with the survey, and Lime Survey, that was the software that we used for the survey. And yeah, also big thanks to all the people that also helped us and gave us feedback for the survey, the questions when we were working on it. And yeah, I think that's it for now. So I will leave it to Marina now for the rest. Thanks.
Yeah, so as Yona was saying, definitely thanks to all the people involved, also giving us feedback on how to refine the questions, also keeping into account the needs of the local communities. And for what concern the details, this analysis, the results are quite interesting in terms of participation, because we had a total of 251 submitted survey. So for reading this table, you can see the column where there is with the title full questionnaires. That means that in that case, the person that was submitting the answers was also finalizing the survey, pressing the submit button at the end. The other column is listing the incomplete survey, where people were not submitting the full results, or in general not pressing at the end this submit button. We decided to take into account also those incomplete answers, because in any case, this one is the very first survey we are running. So even if the data are not complete, it's definitely good to have an overview of how things are going. And yeah, the majority of the answer were submitted just at the beginning of the opening time of the survey. So we started on August 25th with the announcement, and on the next day we had already 114 results. Then the trend, it's less or more the same. There was an increase quite constant until September 8th. That was the official deadline for closing the survey. We decided to leave it open a few more days because, you know, there's always someone that is reading the message too late and maybe wants to try. And in any case, I mean, we had only 246 full surveys to evaluate, so it was still fine to keep it open a bit longer. After a few days, on this Heiko was right. The number of full submissions was not really increasing. So that was less or more the number that we were expecting to get after 2 weeks of survey, and yeah, it was exactly right. Before going to the details, if you have any questions on the slides, feel free to ask, to interrupt. We have, in any case, a discussion session at the end, but given the amount of information we are going to see together, it's perfectly fine to also have a look during the different slides presentation. So let's go with the analysis. The first question, as Joanna was saying, was related to the membership. So we were asking if the person filing the survey was a TDF member, and if not, why? And looking at the reasons, looking at in general at the results, we saw that the answer from the members was quite high, but there's a huge amount of other people filing the survey that are quite, let's say, loud and clear in stating that they are not a member and they don't want to become a member. So that is immediately a first trigger that we should keep into account also for further analysis of the data that we collected. It's also interesting to see that there are a lot of people that are not aware that there's the possibility to become a member. And again, it's another important focus area for the membership committee, first of all, but in general for TDF, because in any case, the members are, the member of the board of trustees are the people that can run for the MC, that can run for the board, that can vote, that can have a say, have a voice. And it's important to tell to people that are already contributing that there's this opportunity available. So definitely another improvement area that we need to look at. On the bottom right of the slide, there is also the number of people that answered the question and the number that were skipping the question. We decided to keep for the majority of the questions also the option I don't want to answer or skip, let's call it as you prefer. But in any case, also the option to not express any kind of comment or preference on the particular topic. Also for evaluating the kind of answer that this freedom could bring. And now looking at the reasons of people not with an active membership anymore, this was an area, a question that was not with the multiple choices, but directly with open text. So we tried to collect some. To aggregate the reasons that we found reported. And as you can see, the lack of time, it's a problem common not only in our project, but in several other open source projects. The point is that given that, a day is always 24 hours, we need to find a way to attract those contributors to make this extra step to decide to commit themselves for the membership. It's also interesting to see that there are people claiming, thinking that they can't apply for the membership because they are not skilled enough.
Marina, you are very hard. You're very hard to understand at the moment.
Oh. Is it better or?
was perfectly fine for me.
Okay.
Same
Then
here.
it's my
Same
connection.
here.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I was saying, indeed, the lack of skill, the potential on paper lack of skill could be something where we could try to improve, trying to clarify which are the needed contribution for being a TDF member. Then the other topic that is on our desk each day from the last 2 years now. Of course, there are several people that are not a member anymore. They dropped the membership because they were simply not able to contribute due to other issues related to the pandemic. There's also the lack of motivation. And that one is connected with the points that I discussed before. Something that it's probably an area where we could try to investigate more is this lack of positive feedback. We will see that this seems to be a topic recurring also in other questions that we asked in the survey. And then okay, there are simply cases of people decided to not extend the membership, and I mean, it can happen. People are changing, and it's perfectly fine to decide that it's not a project or an activity that is relevant from the time being. Then there is a topic that it's also recurring in other discussions that we saw in the public list and so on. And it's this kind of contrast that we are seeing between people that are volunteer and people that are also involved on the job side, let's say, in the project. And probably also there, it's really the time to stress the topic that this community exists and can exist because we have volunteers, we have investors, we have companies involved in the project, and that we can really work together. We need to find a way to talk each other properly, but we should understand that this cooperation it's important for the future of the project. And other people simply dropped the membership because of a disagreement with the governance. Also, this one, it's another recurrent point expressed also in other questions. And it's a bit sad, but there were people complaining that there are other members behaving in a way that is not proper for the community, and they simply prefer to drop the membership instead of remaining in our project. I left the other point as a last one just because this one together with the clarification on how contributions are important and can be accepted for being a member. We can't also forget that every member has a voice and every member can make the difference. So the perception that a member can't do anything, can't change anything, it's a perception that we should try to change. So this was, something was a bit of a surprise. Something else definitely was quite expected. But it's in any case starting to give us an initial overview of the members and the contributors that decided to invest their time in the survey. And looking at those users, we asked them for how long they are from when they are contributors and from how long they are contributing to LibreOffice. And it's interesting to say that the majority are long-term contributors, and that we have a small amount of people that are new contributors, new joiners. The part in pitch that represents the less than 1 year. So probably that one is another area where we should investigate a bit more, trying to understand how to attract new people. And this one is the area that they selected as an area where they are contributing. In this case, the answer was with multiple choices. Also for trying to guide a bit the users on the possible areas that we are usually counting as contribution areas. And together with this part with multiple choices, we were also leaving an open answer, an open text field for specifying something more in detail. And in this case, grouping a bit the contributions per area. Some people were specifying how they are doing promotion and advocacy. There is again also in this part of the survey the note that people are working on training and training materials for schools. So again, the education sector where it seems we should focus a bit more. There are also several answers on activities done on development QA, and of course also the support to the community and in general to the LibreOffice users. So on this, nothing really surprising. It's less or more what we know about our community. And back to the previous slide, looking at the number of people working on the different areas, these indeed, it's again nothing really surprising because we know, for example, that on infrastructure we are missing more people supporting the infra team, and we know that we have a lot of people doing some bug reporting before starting to go deeper into the QA contribution area. So also this one reflects quite good, I would say, the actual perception that we have of our community. And looking at the users, so how much time they are spending on our project, we have a big part of people filing this survey that are investing more than 20 hours per week. And this probably is related to people that are working on the project or people that are, for example, part of the team or the governance, because I mean, being a volunteer and investing more than 20 hours per week, it's starting to be close to a real job. But in any case, the majority of the people answering this question, it's still involved between 1 and 10 hours per week. The focus of this question was in the last 3 months, and was not a random one, but because this 3 months framework, frame time, it's exactly the amount of months that we are requiring for the membership. And then the interesting part. So, top reasons for contributing. And there is an amount of people that is contributing for improving the CV. So it's not just the feedback that we got also from the other activities done. For example, this next generation group focused on young people. But that is from all the options the one that got less selections. There are several people contributing because they are paid, because they are making money with it. And it's interesting to see that we have people with the open source spirit. So there is a problem. I can understand what is the problem. I can fix it. I can do it by myself. So I'm contributing directly with fixes on something that is affecting me directly. And then we have the improvement of the skills, the support for the local community, and the general open source evangelism. So those seems to be the main reasons that are bringing our contributors to the project. And for the reasons, there was also in this case an open text to be used, and there are several different areas where we aggregated those answers. And yeah, it seems that the project is still a funny one. So several mentioned the contributions because they like the project, because it's an hobby, because they like the people around the community. So okay, let's try to search to find also something positive in this retrospective. And then, of course, there are people interested to development for several reasons. There are some that are doing development because they enjoy to develop something that is useful, or others that like to make a great and strong open source alternative to Microsoft Office. There is also an interesting amount of people happy to contribute because they can contribute back. So probably those people, from what they answered, they were initially some, let's say, simple LibreOffice users, and then they went deeply, deciding to give back something to the project that was supporting them. Volunteering, advocating, so knowledge sharing, freedom, and are all topics that are connected with the main, the top answer open source evangelist. And the next question was about what TDF could do for making the contribution easier. And in this case, the amount of answer that we got was really huge. So I put the content directly in a text for making it easier to read. Let me just switch. So you should be able to see it. If not, please tell me.
Should be fine.
Okay, so on this we have several clusters where we aggregated the areas. The first one is the governance of the project. Then we have the local communities. Then we have the membership in general. Then there were some feedback on the QA part of the project. In general, more in general on the development. There was something on the user experience, and yeah, it was mainly the same answer shared several times. So yeah, I got this one is for you. And yeah, then certification, marketing, and advocacy. The mentoring, it's also another huge batch of feedback. Documentation and translation. And there was also someone simply happy with what is going on now. So there were some answer that was just stating, I'm fine with the current status. So looking at the different cluster, it's also good to see that some of the requests are already action item that are in progress or are planned. So it's good to see that the feedback we are getting, it's also in line with what has been planned. So one example is the certification, and there are several requests to have the certification for the end users, for the students, or in general for advanced users, advanced instructor. And the comment on that was more related to the teachers in the schools with this certification for being a trainer. Plus, there were several requests on for having those kind of certifications made available in an online fashion, in an automated way for making it possible and not extremely complex to get the certification. The other big cluster, it's the governance, and on this the feedback are still not exactly exciting because we have a lot of people asking for more transparency, for a better transparent governance strategy, roadmap, vision. So it seems that we still need to focus on this area. At least this one is the feeling I got reading the answer. There are still complaints on frictions and discussions that are going on in public and that maybe should be avoided. or at least reduced. I found interesting the request to have more visible data about the foundation, and probably connected together with other feedback that we got. We could also try to see if there's another way to make more visible the data that we are already publishing, because I mean, we have the annual report, we have all the financial details that are online, so the data are available. So probably people are not able to find what we are making available to them. There are also some conflicts that probably we need to investigate better with the local community, because as you can see from this last part of the governance section, it's clear that there's a kind of friction between the main international community and the local projects. So I think it's good to invest time on that and try to understand what is going on. The same applies to the local community. It's a kind of extension. There are a lot of comments on English perceived as a barrier for starting the contributions, or the feeling that some other communities are not considered or valued enough. There are comments about kind of toxic behaviors that are happening in the community. So definitely this is something that we can't ignore, and we should have a deeper look at. Then this part on the membership is definitely for the MC, so action item taken. It seems that there are a lot of people completely unaware of what is TDF, what is a contribution, how much someone should contribute for being able to apply for a membership. There are people asking to have a guide on how to be a member and how to contribute to the project. So definitely this is an improvement that is sounding loud and clear. And for the other area, QA, I think that the general summary is that there's a kind of disconnection between the QA team that is working hard because no one is complaining about what the team is doing, but it seems that the team is really working hard, but there's a kind of disconnection between the development phase, what QA is then testing and trying to triage, and the ending part of producing documentation of what has been developed. So yeah, that was the feedback also from other questions, from other answers. On development, there's a huge list of suggestions. Some are probably already addressed or planned to be addressed, but yeah, there are definitely some pain points that could be discussed a bit more for deciding how to act and how to solve the problem. And another thing to highlight, it's also on the marketing and advocacy, and part it's also split in the mentoring section. So the general feedback is that we have a lot of materials, we have a lot of information that are split and fragmented in several different places. And for a new contributor is still not easy to understand from where to start and which is the right path for starting slow until there's enough confidence for moving up on more complex tasks. Yeah, and this one it's less or more what has been shared also for mentoring. There is again a dimension to work with the education sector, with schools, with the university. So this seems to be a request coming from different areas. And the same applies to documentation. There's the need, at least looks like that, to improve, to provide more guides also in languages that are not English, for lowering the barrier for starting to use the product, the software, but also to start to contribute. And this one, it's less or more the overview of this improving part. Of course, the document will be shared together with the presentation, so we can also do a deeper analysis together. Then, let me go back to the presentation. That I hope to not destroy. Just a second. Yeah, so it's this one. Let's try to get right slide, sorry. Okay. So those are the areas that people are asking to see more focus and improvement. So development, QA, then it's almost comparable with the amount of people that are asking to make our community growing and evolving. And then we have business and marketing, and the last in the list, it's diversity. On this, I want to point out something else with another slide when we will have a look at the demographic of this survey. But it's interesting in any case to look at this list and try to keep in mind the order if you can. Then on the survey we asked if the person that was filing the survey was aware of other open source projects in the same country. So the idea was to try to understand if it was possible to build, to start some cooperation with other projects working in the same country, for trying to foster a bit more the project in countries where in general we are not really strong, we are not really present. But it seems that the question was not understood properly. So maybe for a next round of survey, we could also try to provide some more description on the questions, try to clarify what we are really asking to the people filing the survey. And yes, this is really the list of answers that we got on this question. Looking at the demographic, so the goal of the first question was to understand which are the countries where we have already some members, some contributors, for understanding a bit where to focus. This is the answer that we got from people, and reading the replies, we also got that probably we made a mistake, because we were asking for the country where a person is living, and the next question was focused on the language spoken by the person. Try to understand if there was the possibility to integrate different local communities that are maybe speaking different languages, trying to build some synergies, etc. The point is that probably the question done in this way was a kind of boomerang, let's say, because specifying where a person is living and then the languages that this person is speaking is creating sharing too much details, too many details on the person that is filing the question. And looking at the raw data, the number of people that skipped those questions about country and language was definitely higher than all the other in the survey. So probably we need to find another way for trying to understand where our community is already and where we could do more. In any case, it's interesting to see that a lot of people that are living in Spain, this doesn't mean that they are Spanish, but that are living in Spain, Argentina, are the one that are filing more this survey. Also for the other questions, we got really a lot of feedback from people from the Hispano community. So it's interesting to see. Probably Gustavo was doing a good marketing on the Hispano community for this survey. But yeah. And for the languages, we decided to give an open text field for avoiding to force people to some stricter selection of languages available. Also for trying to understand if there were other minor languages that we are not covering. And this resulted in a kind of boomerang again, because here we are showing just results where there is at least more than one person that was adding these options. But we got really a lot of people specifying just some different languages where they were the unique one filing the survey in that way. So probably something to refine maybe for a next round of the survey. The thing to highlight is that we have a lot of people filing the survey and specifying a language that is not also including English. So, for example, people specifying only that they can speak Spanish. So the other comment on the English as a barrier seems to be also confirmed by this other question. We have the same also for other people filing the language list with Japanese and something else, for example. So definitely we need to check better how we can improve the interactions between the main international community and the local communities, where the local community is not really able to interact with the international community in English. And then there was another question asking about the availability of LibreOffice in the spoken language. And this is kind of summary of the answer that we got. This one was another open question. So people saying that yes, it's available, but it's hard to set up the product in a different language. Someone else was suggesting that could be nice to have the switch of language done live instead of being forced to reboot LibreOffice. Several are commenting that the product is available in the local language, but the support is better in English, or that there are partial translations, missing locales, or in general that other, let's say, minor languages are not really completely translated, and this is making, of course, LibreOffice not really a great experience for those users. Then we said before that one of the focus was also to try to look at the diversity of our community, and yeah, this is loud and clear, stating how the people that our community, or in any case the people that were filing the survey, that were answering the survey, are in our community, and the majority it's male. So when before I was saying looking at the priority with people asking to not focus on diversity, and then discovering that the majority of those people are just from one specific gender, this is probably something that is putting that priority list under a different light. There's a lot to do. It's what else I can say. Maybe as we were discussing yesterday with Thorsten during the Google Summer of Code panel, could be also interesting to try to look at other mentoring programs for trying to be in programs where we are not usually visible, and maybe this could be a way to have a better balance. And please don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm looking at a higher amount of female, for example, in the community for the sickness of increasing that number. Having a diverse community, it's also a way to make the community evolving, bringing a different point of view, different way to think in the same under the same team, under the same project. So it's don't get me wrong, I'm not just pushing this topic because I'm just doing some weird war for extremes. And compared with this, we have also the question related to the education level. So our community is mainly made by male, we said, that have a bachelor degree or a master degree. Then we have high school and I would say PhD. So in any case, people with quite a high education level. And but looking at the education level, I think we are really missing other category, other users that could have different needs, for example, because they don't have access to a high level of instruction. So probably this is also something where we could try to look at. And always on the demographic, we have the age of our members. And yeah, we are an old community. There's nothing else to add. The chart is quite clear. The range under 16 or between 16 and 18, it's definitely too small. And that it's also the range where we could get much more contributors, because usually they are at school, they have much more free time, and yeah, we should focus on that. It's yeah, I'm in the section of the old, so yeah, nothing else to add. There was a section with the open comments. And also for this one, we got really a huge list of open comments. It was just the closing of the survey. So let me show you the document. That is this one. Should be readable, I hope. Let me start with the positive. We have 1 page of positive comments. So thanks. There's a huge amount of people saying thanks, that it's not so bad. But the document has 3 pages, and apart from this list, huge list of thank you and happy and satisfied people, we also have a lot of areas where we should try to work on improvements. There's something that has been already addressed, and of course this one was popping to my mind just because we have this ongoing development of the new tool for the membership committee for handling the membership, and this is something that we already addressed. So it's a good feedback in any case to see that was not just us thinking that was better to remove this forced salutation for the registration form. Apart from that, there are still comments on suggesting to focus more on part of the software that is not really developed. There were several comments, for example, on math or others saying to improve Base. Others asking to improve Draw for making it a bit more close to Microsoft Visio, for example. Then okay, this one was funny. I left the comment. I think we still need to fight this. I don't know how to describe it. This magic way to address the Apache OpenOffice project that, according to several people, is still doing good because they are having more features than us. So maybe we should try to communicate better the differences and what we have already on LibreOffice, because it can be that Apache OpenOffice is perceived as a software with more feature than LibreOffice. Yeah, this comment was a bit a confirmation that on that demographic questions probably we could improve a bit more. And yeah, the list it's really long. There is also someone that suggests to rewrite LibreOffice in Rust. So it's not all the comments, let's say, are something that we need to take extremely seriously. But in any case, it's good to get feedback to try to understand what the community is getting from us as a active part of the project or more active members in the project. And let me go back. So this was less or more the general overview. The amount of information was really huge, so I think we need to digest what we saw, and I need to do the same. It's not just because I presented the analysis that I'm ready for the next steps. But definitely, I would like to stay more in touch with the different areas of the project and try to understand better the results that we got from this survey for trying to make our project a better place for everyone for contributing. Any extra comment, questions? You were all silent. I was talking too much.
Actually, there are some comments, really many comments actually, in the chat. Starting from that the survey should be translated as, for example, most Japanese speakers won't get to the end because of the English, for example.
Yeah, point taken. There was also the direct request to have it available in Spanish. So maybe for the next iteration, we could try to have a kind of call for translations and see from the local communities who can help us to translate the questions and the information in the survey for the local communities. But with LAM surveys, it's perfectly possible to have it available in different languages. So good.
Yeah. Best I start at the top. Guillem is saying that most FLOSS projects are struggling with democratic participation, and if MC has any thoughts or suggestions to board, team, or others how to improve that?
Well, I'm speaking for myself, so yes, I have some ideas, but I think that maybe we can have this question directly in the closing with the board and the MC, so with the full group around. I mean, I don't like the idea that I'm speaking here and that my idea could be perceived as the general agreement in the MC as a full body. So maybe I will take a note on this, and I think we can report the question directly in the other session, if it's fine for you, Guillaume.
Another question by him was that, not question, he realized that some users, or better saying contributor, do not realize the label member. They say LibreOffice member, and the communication should be improved. For what's the that the TDF membership is not an elite group or something like that, and there's not a LibreOffice member, and such an at LibreOffice org address doesn't help that situation. So at least the communication can be improved at that
Yeah.
hard. It's also some you already find that out in the survey from
Yeah,
answers.
indeed. There are some feedback on both the documents that I was sharing, and on both you can find that people are asking for a better communication, more transparency on the governance, on the decisions. So, but also people saying it's not so bad. In other communities, it's not definitely not better, but there are margins for improvement. Let's say it this way. So yes,
Exactly. For the survey, it would be interesting. Mark Hung is saying if the number of languages and the countries correlate with the number of downloads. Could be interesting, actually, to get the numbers and put them side by side to each other. Maybe we should do that afterwards.
Yeah, I mean we have the raw data, so we can do some more refinement and correlation between what we have. It's
at the moment, the answer is no. There's no correlation between those data.
Okay.
Because I know, of course, not by heart, but the main countries, the main download countries, and there is not a direct correlation. Of course, in some cases, the speakers of a language are higher than the speakers of other languages. So, for instance, speakers of Spanish are is probably our largest speakers group, but there are at the moment more downloads of the German version than on the Spanish version, for instance.
okay.
Probably not that many, but let's say that the downloads of the German and French version are on a scale are one step over the downloads of other language versions.
Okay, thanks, Italo. Anything else from the questions?
Yeah, there was some confusion about the charts that not every bar has its own label.
Okay, I can remake it a bit more clear.
Yeah, I guess that's only for better reading.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was some discussion about OpenOffice.
Yeah, there was one comment that was quite funny, stating that.
I think that if you look at that comment in the term that if you count security flows and consider security flows as features, Apache OpenOffice has definitely more features than LibreOffice.
Yeah, but in the document you will find more interesting comments on the two different projects. Any other comment or questions? Olivier? If you are speaking, you are on mute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed to see that in the chart of the countries, not even Brazil is showing up. I am surprised to see because we have a quite active and complete availability of LibreOffice to the Brazilian and Portuguese communities, and not even Brazil or Brazilians or Portuguese are showing up. So this, I think it has to be investigated, perhaps within the LibreOffice Brazilian community. One of the things that I am almost sure is that although we have groups in Facebook, in Telegram, Facebook, for example, we have a group that is as large as 3,000 members. The survey was put there, communicated, but it seems that it's just a bubble. And I am wondering if the language barrier is definitely something that is faking the true results of the reality here about LibreOffice. So I'm sure that we have a quite large set of installations in Brazil, and this is not reflecting in the survey. Just a comment.
I think that a part of the problem is also related to how we asked that question. That was probably putting the person to decide if was better to keep the anonymity of the survey or to share more on the language and the country. So I think that really on that particular question, we really got a drop of answers. So it's clear that there was something wrong with the question written in that way, done in that way. Yeah.
Yes, because this, of course, is like I said, it's a bit disappointing. Because we really provide the full set of documentation and software fully translated to Portuguese. And,
yeah, but not the survey. Not the survey.
Yeah, perhaps I missed that. It may be because I didn't catch the language barrier was so steep, and or eventually to force people to answer. I know that people are end users really don't like to have to read in English. They just drop when they find an English page. It's not exclusive to Brazilians. I think it's almost everywhere where the local language is strong.
Yeah, and, I can confirm also in Italy.
The Japanese, I guess I understand exactly the point of the Japanese. It's absolutely the same situation here. I don't know for the Spanish how they got to answer so quickly.
We got several answers directly in Spanish, also with people saying I can speak Spanish. I'm going with English, but with translators. Was the same for Japanese. In general, for the Asian part of our community. So yeah, next time we need to provide the survey also in other languages, not just English. But yeah, it's we can only improve. Was the first attempt.
Yeah.
Indeed, I think also that is a good idea to submit the survey, the next one obviously, to our NLPs and ask them to translate in their own languages. Even if in that way, probably the question about the spoken languages could be kind of no more needed. But I leave anyway. I'm just joking.
But anyway, but in any case, with the languages, apart from the main spoken, it's also interesting to see which are the other languages that they can speak, or if we are missing locales. For example, for Spanish, they were not just, of course, writing Spanish as a language, but we got Galician, we got Catalan. The same for Portuguese. They were specifying the different locale. So it's clear that for some areas we need to do something more because English is a barrier. That is loud and clear.
Absolutely. Heiko, what's your question?
It's rather a comment. one of the question was whether the participant was a TDF member or not. And as far as I remember, we sent out this survey to all the members via mailing list. The result is that about 2/3 of the total number of 250 should be, let's say, 80 state being a member of TDF. That means, on the other hand, that at least 50% of TDF members do not reply or do not answer a survey, which is something I believe the MC should take care of and should have a look into it.
We have with similar problems with every vote on the new board or the new MC. We have the same problem every quarter with renewal answers that we have to re-ask multiple times, mostly because of experience, the same persons. Just an example that yesterday a member of the TDF said, yeah, I'm checking the mails from LibreOffice every 8 weeks or something like that. So yeah, I'm not a good guy, but that is a problem. If you have a survey and it's open for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that, and somebody is checking every 2 months his mail address, it's getting hard to get the answers, actually.
Yeah. We need to involve them more and make them curious to check if there are news on that email address. Yeah, that seems to be the tricky part. We need to involve the members a bit more, but from the comments seems clear that it's not clear what is this membership for, and it's a problem.
It's more interesting the 2 bars or the 2 pie charts. No, I don't want to become, and I was a member.
Yeah.
What makes a person to not renew, or what makes a person for not want to become a member?
Yeah. I mean, these 2 years are special. You saw we got several membership dropped because of lack of contributions due to COVID. So that it's a factor that we can't ignore. But it's not just that. That one can't be the catch-all for all the problems we are facing at TDF. Any other comments? Feedback? Seems no. So...
There is Emiliano who wrote that there will be another round of the survey, and I expect let's get that one better, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe we could do it in parallel with a month of LibreOffice. So really making it a recurring event, 1 time per year, 2 times per year, for getting fresh feedback from the community and letting them know that we want to get feedback from them.
Sure. Indeed, I think that the survey itself, if it reaches all the community members and TDF members itself, it is a way to demonstrate, to let's say, give the impression that we indeed care of the feedback, and so we should probably think about having it regularly and improving time by time. In the meanwhile, Sophie is just saying thank you to Jona and Marina for the presentation.
No, thanks to all of you for the support. Sophie, Mike, Italo, Aiko in particular, that helped a lot with the refinement and preparation of the survey. So yeah, we had the idea,
impressive.
but
I was impressed by his daily updates, daily reports about the numbers, which were it's incredible. great.
Yeah, but I mean, Aiko is running surveys for the different topics for the design part really often. So it's clear that we got the expert on board for the topic.
Yes,
so
he's
thanks a lot.
Very used to.
And also for being so patient with us, with not exactly real-time reply to your
we are
questions.
beginners in that field.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks a lot.
Especially compared to him.
Okay, so
Emiliano says that it's a good idea to let's say synchronize somehow the surveys with the month of LibreOffice.
Yeah, could be nice. So thank you all for attending, and see you around during the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Marina. Thanks, Iona, for caring about this much more than I did. Even if I launched the idea at the beginning, but then as an Italian, habit, I just launched the idea and then I cut back the hand. By the way,
I'm Italian too.
Yeah, so you can understand me so much. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, so already can see next talk is by Ilmarie, a legendary bug reporter.
If I'm not wrong, it is recorded, so when it would be time, you just have to put it on playback. I don't know if you are supposed to do that, or Stefan, probably.
Stefan, of course.
Oh, great. Stefan, are you there?
No.
Not yet. Okay, it's not his time, so I think it's okay.
It's not my time either.
Indeed. You can go if you wish. I can stay and do some beatboxing in the meanwhile.
Do it. Better
like
than the elevator music from Marina.
The elevator music from the Bedford Hotel.
No, she played some video from, I believe, YouTube or whatever.
Oh, really? Great.
So where's the beatbox?
Just suggest me a song and I can beatbox it, say. But not too strong, not too strange. Let's just keep on the classic ones.
And not copyrighted, or we're thrown off YouTube.
Well, it's a good point.
Do you believe they recognize the song if Gabriele is beatboxing it?
I'm a good beatboxer, but I don't think to be so much a good beatboxer to let YouTube detect my beatboxing as the original. I could do something like
you can take it as a challenge. Banned from YouTube.
Just a word that if Gabriele, you are taking over the moderation, then Dennis should not share his screen, because you cannot after that unshare the screen.
Okay, great. I just want to remind that within an half hour, at the end of Ilmarie's speech, there will be mine with Mohammed, and but no problem. I mean, even being two of us, I can anyway do the moderator if it's needed, naturally.
Thanks a lot. It's very kind.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. It's funny with my family because being at home especially my daughter. She's 9, and so I had to tell her, I'm in the conference, but you here? Yes, but I'm not here. I'm at the conference. Imagine that I'm off board abroad my country, and so you don't see me. I'm not here. Oh, we could do a game, just like you have to guess the song. Let's try. What was the song? Come on. The first one wins a sticker, LibreOffice sticker. We have plenty of them. Dennis, come on.
I recognize the song, but I'm so bad in naming.
Oh, I see.
You know it?
At least the
yeah,
artist,
I know a
come
melody
on.
and no.
The artist you can't remember. I heard this, but it's not my usual habit of the music I usually listen to. So I'm not able to say who it is. By the way, no one is guessing the song I did before. We just have 2 minutes left.
By the way, about my video, it has this certain part which has flashing images because I've sped up the stuff that happens. So in case there are some people with photosensitivity, you might want to skip this one.
There are hidden messages, the unconscious messages, advertising.
Oh, conspiracy.
Yes, Illuminati conspiracy.
No surprise, actually.
By the way, Ilmari, are you willing to? I'm sorry. Are you willing that it's me to play back, or do you prefer to be yourself? I mean, if you have to pose it or something like that.
No, it should be played back. It's quite extensively video edited.
Okay, so I can do that for you. Because it's now time to introduce the video and so the speech from our great Ilmari. And the title is A Legendary Bug Reporter. I also already know who he is, but I won't spoil it. So let's enjoy this speech by Ilmari.
My name is Ilmari Lauhokangas, and I work for the Document Foundation as an all-around mentor. Anyone is free to create bug reports against LibreOffice. The openness of our bug tracker is a great springboard for contributors. Reporting a bug here and another there is part of the normal civic duty of a software user. But what does it mean to become a legend in this activity? Let's find out by examining the work of a bug reporter going by the nickname Telesto. First off, I want to say that even though we are all tired of looking at Bugzilla's crusty old interface while waiting for the update that never comes, this presentation would not have been possible without its advanced search capabilities. It really is the ultimate tool for easy research into bug reports. Since 2016, Telesto has created over 3,000 reports in our Bugzilla. The vast majority of them are bugs, while they do include about 200 feature requests. The volume of Telesto's bug reports is anomalous. As such, it has even annoyed some people. I admit I have sometimes felt overwhelmed by the amount of confirming work required. However, being bothered by the reports is really more of an attitude problem. Consider the following facts. He is friendly, he is cooperative, he uses advanced bug analysis techniques time permitting. So what if he has opinions on how LibreOffice should work? It's not a crime. Dealing with such an active reporter is possible because we have always had a strong quality assurance team. Telesto has naturally grown into the role of a quality assurance contributor, having so far been active in over 2,000 reports created by others. As I know he gives so much support to others, I have no problem testing 100 reports in a row concerning some specific functionality he has taken interest in. Out of his own reports, over 1,300 are still open. Over 500 were closed with a known fix, while over 260 are works for me, usually meaning that the problem is gone without us knowing the exact code change. When Telesto started, he was focusing on Mac OS, later also using Windows. Recently he even began testing on Linux. A major inspiration for Telesto to start contributing more was a private email from a long-time macOS tester, Steve. In the email, Steve invited Telesto to join the QA team. Small gestures can sometimes have a big impact. A clear majority of his reports concern Writer, which is admittedly our most actively developed application. Great artists famously have periods of particular styles and influences, like Picasso's periods called Blue, Rose, Analytic Cubism, and Synthetic Cubism, among others. It is only logical that a great bug reporter would have similar phases. Let's have a look at Telesto's major themes, while also observing some actual bug triaging action. I recorded the testing videos while reproducing unconfirmed reports just for this presentation. Telesto really started with performance issues. This is a theme that he has continued to explore, at times quite intensively, sometimes procedurally. On Windows, he has used Process Monitor to even detect unnecessary file access activity. The discussions around these resource use reports have made the quality assurance team more aware of the decisions developers make in balancing the uses of CPU, memory, and disk storage. I'm going to do a specific set of steps that leads to a table layout loop. I select all and copy. I open a new document. I paste twice. I undo twice. I start a performance trace for the LibreOffice process. I paste once. I wait for a while as the perf trace gathers data. I hit Ctrl+C to cancel out of perf. I run a command that creates a flame graph of the perf data. The flame graph can be observed in Inkscape, for example. The plateaus in the landscape tell us of curiously long times spent in a specific function. We see lots of time is spent in managing undo and thread locking. This is about changing anchoring type being abnormally slow. I start a perf trace. I change the anchoring of the image to character. I create the flame graph from the perf data. Here we see a long time is spent thinking about line breaks, with the help of the International Components for Unicode ICU library. Early on, Telesto was creating many reports for Microsoft Word document issues. This team has also been present throughout his work. So far he has several hundred reports related to Microsoft Office compatibility under his belt. In 2017, Telesto noticed he can make weird stuff happen using the undo and redo functionality in various command sequences. Undo is indeed quite a tricky problem area in software development, and with his hundreds of reports, Telesto has certainly proven that we need to work on the robustness of our implementation. This is about undo messing up numbering size in a list. I select all. I toggle the numbering 2 times. I hit undo twice. This is about unexpected undo behavior while editing text in a text box. I edit the text box. I select all and cut. I hit undo. After I focus outside the text box and hit undo again, the bullets reappear. Copying and pasting is something that sounds so simple and innocent that an average guy on the street would never guess it to be an implementation minefield. There was a big spike in paste issues reported by Telesto in 2018, and the topic is still near to his heart. Often it is part of some dance choreography including undo and redo steps. In this issue, pasting drops images. I save the file as docx and reload. I select everything and copy. I paste as RTF. Most images are now gone. Rider layout is another complex puzzle, and anchoring of objects in the document canvas is one special field in this rocket science. In 2020, Telesto decided to go after anchoring issues with a vengeance. There were, of course, some unavoidable philosophical discussions on the very nature of anchoring. Here we have an image anchored to paragraph, refusing to move to the left. I select the image and hold down Shift key to constrain the axis of the movement. I drag to the left and the image doesn't move. Dragging it diagonally gives a different result. This is a bug that took me into a rabbit hole. It is about the anchoring type of a frame changing from to-character to paragraph when saving as docx. Telesto reported the bug is not seen in LibreOffice 4.2, but is already in 4.3. I decided to do a binary bisect of it. I use a virtual machine with an Ubuntu from 2014 because that is the easiest way to run these older LibreOffice versions. The 4.3 repository has all kinds of issues. Here I do a checkout of the last commit in the repo and run LibreOffice with the fallback UI gen, as that is the only UI where saving works reliably with this repo. I save the file as docx. I reload the file. The anchor is indeed to paragraph. In the oldest commit in the repo, it stays as toCharacter. Now there is an interesting plot twist. After an annoying bisecting session with lots of crashes forcing me to skip over commits, I discovered that I should have activated experimental mode before starting to test. I did another bisecting run with experimental mode turned on and found a more useful commit, which was about switching from VML experimental mode turned on and found a more useful commit, which was about switching from VML to drawing ML when exporting text frames into docx. Found a more useful commit, which was about switching from VML to drawing ML when exporting text frames into docx. It has to be mentioned that Telesto has reported at least from VML to drawing ML when exporting text frames into docx. It has to be mentioned that Telesto has reported at least 3 exporting text frames into docx. It has to be mentioned that Telesto has reported at least 300 bugs that make LibreOffice crash. Then there are those over 2,000 reports by other users where he has helped in some way. He has done countless of bisecting analyses, which means to discover the exact code change that caused the bug. He has tirelessly organized reports to reduce the amount of duplication and redundancy, pointing people to helpful information. At times, developers have given special thanks to Telesto. There was an annoying old clipboard bug where the paste entry in the context menu in Writer would be disabled while the keyboard shortcut worked. Mike Kagansky fixed the bug while commenting, "I must express greatest gratitude to Telesto for a nice reliable test case in a clear bug report." In his message for a commit fixing a Mac OS issue where printing something in portrait mode resulted in it being in landscape orientation, Tor Lilquist wrote, "Thanks to Telesto for noticing this copy-paste issue. In this case, Telesto had located a relevant clue in the source code." In addition to bug analysis, Telesto has even contributed straight-up bug fixes. These fixes all happened in 2018. He fixed a Mac OS issue where all buttons were marked with blue color as if they were default. Developer Tor Lilquist commented, "Thanks, this miss feature has been annoying me for a while whenever I run LibreOffice on my Mac." He fixed a Mac OS issue where some windows incorrectly opened as tabs, and he fixed a regression where the cursor was not focused on the document canvas with new writer or calc files. Thank you for your attention, and thanks to Telesto for all the work. I hope the rest of your reports get fixed or implemented and the mysteries get...
Okay, so I don't know if the speech, the video, pre-recorded video has already ended to you, maybe earlier than to me, just because I had some issue with my connectivity. But I hope that you were not waiting from too long time. I don't know if Ilmari wants to add something to his speech, or just because I can't see any question at the moment in the chat room. So, Ilmari, do you have something to add?
Not really. So that's everything that I wanted to say.
Okay. Let me save this. Okay, and meanwhile, I'm preparing my slides just because, you know, the next... we are early because we have 13 minutes, but the next will be me and, or better, Muhammad and me, sorry. Muhammad, who is already in the room, I see, and I'm happy and glad. The mystery lies, wait. The mystery lies in the last words of Ilmari's speech. This is Emiliano who is commenting this way.
Yeah, Telesto couldn't join today because he had another engagement.
Okay, unfortunately. But by the way, I really like your video and your presentation, but particularly because your way to speak is really so every time so calm and so clear, and so it's easy to understand also for not native English speakers. And the timing and the speed of your speaking is always helping, and I like it so much.
Yeah, Dennis was asking, so is Telesto one person? Yes, he is.
I'm sorry, I missed the comment. I'm trying to save the presentation at the moment. Okay. Okay, you ready? Cisco says he had to report back, so he couldn't join. Good point. Great video, and possibly one day I will create such a video for Ilmari, Cisco, and other great people here. This is Hossein. Flywire is comment almost the same. I mean, even today he's busy because he has to check his reports. The video cut just his last word. Okay. I see no other comments on the... To be honest, I could add something like, that doing the tests for our moderation sessions, we have been looking at the beginning of your video many and many times. But this is the very first time I watch it completely. And what I want to say is, by the way, that I've seen so many tools that I still don't know, even if sometimes I try to report my bugs, and it is, to be honest, somehow it is not so much time-consuming activity, but it is anyway not that easy too, just because you have to prepare the monkey list. And for the people who doesn't know what is the monkey list, is the list of steps you have to do to reproduce the bug. And by the way, so a bug must be reported in a proper way, so it takes some time. And so what I want to say is that I've seen so many tools, just like the performance tools I've never seen before, just because I'm not that used to report bugs as Telesto and Ilmari are. I see many comments, too many to wait, no, not so many. Dennis says, so how many reports were reported while the presentation? It's a good point, but check it, Dennis, check it please, and report to us. I hope so.
And just for the information, Telesto did see this video already like a couple of weeks ago, or when I finished it. I finished it on 12th of September, so.
And did he like it?
Well, you can imagine that it can feel weird to have someone present your bug life's work or whatever. So I guess he felt good about it. And I also shared the transcript before, so he had time to comment on stuff.
Okay. If someone sent him the link to the video, okay, but you already answered. Gabriele, you don't report bugs because there are not bugs to report. LibreOffice just worked perfectly for you. You should remember, Cisco, this was Cisco, you should remember the very first day we met in Brno, where I did have a list of, because in that times I was training more as a teacher, more than today, I mean. And the fact is that when I used to do trainings, I have to show and explain the whole software, the whole LibreOffice. And this gives me the opportunity and the possibility to explore the whole software, and most of the times find bugs. And so, or maybe the audience is reporting me bugs while I'm explaining. And so I took notes, and so I had lists, and I still have those lists somewhere. But what I wanted to say before about the time consuming is that when you have to report one bug, it's okay. But when you have a list of bugs, it requires kind of a day, a whole day, or a half a day to. But by the way, it was really. I remember, how fun it was to meet Cisco in his very first days of working for the foundation. And I was I didn't want to be aggressive, but probably I just say looked like I was it. Because hey, so you're the new Q&A engineer. Great. So I have a list of bugs. Hey, wait. It was funny for me. And then we became really good friends. Or at least I feel so. I remember it would be great to revisit the list indeed, to see whether some of them got fixed meanwhile. I guess so. To be honest, I can't remember by memory all of them, but I think so. I think that many of them have been fixed in the meanwhile, and yeah, the project is always improving so much. And JMOOC's next conference, we have a talk from Telesta about Ilmari, the legendary bisector. It's true, and also the bisecting tool. I didn't know. I just heard about it, but I didn't know how to use it, and I've also never seen it used live. Let's say in this case recorded, but by the way, and it's always.
Gabriele, by the way, you have 2 open bug reports
still open.
Yeah,
I guess so. But I also commented many of them just because just yesterday I was adding my +1 to the. I had my speech about the professional, let's say, templates, and there is this behavior about the input fields and input lists. So the input field to lay and to put the value of the input field in a variable, you have to first create the variable, then you have to link the input field to the variable, then you may also, if you wish, delete the variable because of now it's linked, so you don't have the risk of vanishing the variable. But by the way, I think it's kind of not that easy, especially for an end user, but also for an experienced user from my point of view. And so Mike Kagansky suggested while I was, let's say, presenting the talk, he suggested me some bugs related to this issue. And so I went there and I added my +1 and some comment. Let me read some comment.
And you have also 7 reports in the fixed status.
Great. And yes, this is... if I can report my my feeling, let's say, this is something that I try to transmit when I used to speak about the becoming part of the community, which is what I'm going to do right now. And because the satisfaction to see, for example, the bug use reported fixed is really high. I think I feel very proud of the whole project, obviously, but also a bit of myself, just because I was the one who reported that bug. I obviously I'm not able, and I wasn't, and I'm not able to fix it, but at least I reported, and then someone cared about that and fixed it. And this is something that really gives so much satisfaction, at least to me. I'm not looking. Thanks to Sweet Shark, which is Björn, for inventing bisect. It's also a very important tool for developers, not just QA. Great. Indeed, Cisco says, and Emiliano, just leave Ilmari alone, or he will be bisect you. 7 versus 2. Yes, not bad, Cisco says. Indeed. Yes, that's why I'm so proud. I mean, most of the bugs I reported have been fixed. So this let's say, somehow gives me the perspective, the idea that probably the bugs I report, they are not so silly. I mean, I'm not the one who just reports any kind of silly thing. Sometimes maybe, but usually I try to not boring people, not boring developers with silly things. Great, indeed. It's a great satisfaction again. Okay. I'm reading in an internal chat that there is some trouble with Jitsi. Is there someone who can hear me?
No, it's fine. It was just during my video.
Okay.
But the stream was mostly fine, I guess. And obviously we can fix things in video editing before publishing videos.
Yes, and I also hope and strongly suggest to publish the videos themselves too. I mean, so that I think it's much easier, because at the end of the conference, I think we will have the videos from the streaming. But I don't know if we are going to to split them in the various individual speeches. But by the way, I think that having also the original presentation recorded could be a good thing to have them available.
Everything has been recorded, will be split. We have recording and backup of recording for each room.
Great. What an organization. Love you guys. So let me read the other.
Actually, we have recording in proprietary and open source format as well.
Oh, just to be so sure to.
So we
successful.
have MOV,
Okay.
and then we have MP4 H256.
Oh. So up to date. I mean, made me Sweet Shark proud when his reaction to Bisect was, paraphrasing, "It's good that we have insane people like you on the project," because nobody else would have tried that madness. Great. This was, I guess, a comment from Sweet Shark from Björn. And J Mooks says, "Thank you, Ilmari, for the funny talk. Many laughing developers here in Hamburg." Oh, great. So even today, there is the hybrid Hamburg location. I mean, venue. Great. Oh, Ilmari already replied, and I'm so not so up to date. Great.
Gabriel, it's almost time for your presentation now.
Great.
Stefan will introduce you.
Yeah, thanks for handing over to me to be the moderator from now on. And now we are going to the talk from, I see it's from Gabriele and from Mohammed Kara, Introduction to TDF Membership. And I think that would be very interesting, having had our talk just some time before about the membership community survey. So it's maybe directly linked to this talk. Enjoy your talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Stefan, for introducing, and good to see you. Hi. I will try to share the screen because I didn't try before. And let's see what happens. Okay. Can you... Oh, obviously it's the wrong one. Wait. I should share this one. Okay. And then do... wait. This. Can you see the slides?
Yeah.
In full screen?
Yeah, I see it in full screen.
Great, thank you. So this is just an introduction to TDF membership, and also to, let's say, the community itself, and why to become member, the community and then of TDF. This is a usual talk I used to give at every conference, and not only there. But this time I'm going to give this with our dear friend Mohammed Kara, and who also edited the slide, so I will find some surprise. The LibreOffice community obviously is a community of people spread all around the globe, and this is really a great thing. And also, especially within this online event, we are experiencing maybe much more, even if in when we had all our conferences in person, we saw so many people coming from the very parts of the globe. But in this case, they don't have to travel, so it's much better. As we have understood and seen previously with the membership committee surveys, there are so many spoken languages and written, obviously. And this is, again, something which enriches the community itself. But at the same time, it's something that can be a barrier for the communication between the various people and various members of the community itself. Then we obviously come from many different and diverse life experiences and skills and so on. So this brings again a rich effort to the community itself, just because every one of us can have different skills again, and experiences of life and work also. I wanted to highlight that the community is not only developers, but there is every kind of because we have, as we'll see, translators, people who cares about the documentation and so on. How to get involved? We try and strive to be really inclusive, and so we are open to everyone. And this means that we have no kind of barriers, no kind of limits, or to become a member, a part of our community. And obviously, using LibreOffice as a software, it's the very first step to become at least a user, and then you may appreciate the software, and you may probably feel the enthusiasm and the spirit and the philosophy somehow, which is behind LibreOffice and the open source software in general. So when you get that, when you can feel that spirit, probably it's time to get in. As I was saying before, every one of us has some passion or hobby or interest or somehow, and they could be useful for the projects. Just because, for example, I used to be a DJ in the past and a speaker. I'm still a professional speaker, so this is something that I try to apply and to give as an effort to the project. So I used to, for example, give my voice for the video, the tutorials, and whatever on the of the LibreOffice and an announcement, for example. So in Italian, usually the official, let's say, but not just because I'm volunteering, the official Italian voice usually is me. But I mean, again, it's open to anyone who wants to give his voice or her voice. And so it's just enough to have some spare time and good willing and with no obligation, especially to be a community member. There is no obligation at all. There are tons of things to do. And so everyone is welcome to help in one of those things, which are the most diverse, because as we'll see later, there are many activities which can be done in the spare time of a user and a community member. The idea which is behind the being a participant, so being a member of the community, is to give back. Sorry. What I mean is that everyone almost, at least we will, we wish that everyone knows that LibreOffice is free software, is open source software, so you may download it for free and use it wherever and whenever you want. And this is clear, hopefully. But anyway, we don't dislike having something back in terms of usually contributions, and I mean, so doing something for the project or donations of money. But when and if you feel, the need to give back something to the project, just because you trust, you see that the project, the software is really awesome, and you use it with profit probably, and you like it so much, sooner or later, hopefully, will come the time to that you will feel that you would like to give something back. So that's the good spirit and the moment to be part of the community, at least, and then of TDF, the foundation. Why contribute? First of all, as I was saying just before, the satisfaction. I was telling you about my satisfaction when I saw my bug repos fixed. But this is just one of the satisfaction you can get back from being part of the project, because just feeling part of the project is already a reason of satisfaction. To feel useful to others, just because, for example, reporting the bugs, the bugs were fixed, but not just for me, but for everyone. Getting in touch with the community, and learn so many cultures and different languages and so on, and it's something I really love. And possibly meeting people in person as long as we can do that, and so know different people and cultures. Being recognized by others, because yes, it may happen. I'm not that famous, but sometimes it happens. Oh, you, Gabriele, I saw your video, something like that, which is something that anyway gives a bit of satisfaction back. And also the advocating, encouraging others to join, is something that, from my point of view, gives a lot of satisfaction. Please, I can't see, because of the presentation screen, I can't see any message on the chat room and so on. So, Stefan, if someone has something to say, just report to me, because I can't see it. Thank you. So
yeah, sure.
Thank you. There is obviously the side of growing your knowledge, because indeed, even if you apply with your personal skills and experience to the project, probably sooner or later you will face and you will meet some other skill. Just like today, I saw for the very first time that by bisecting in kind of live, as well as the performance and so on. So sooner or later, you're gonna learn something and grow your knowledge. And those knowledge and the membership itself could be a reference for job applications. You can put in your CV all those experience you had, and also the membership itself. Then fixing your bugs or letting them to get fixed, which is what I was mentioning before. Finding your name in the credits, because why not? At the end of the story, there is a page of the credits on the LibreOffice website, and find your name there is always a satisfaction as well. And finally, to make the difference, because as someone more famous than me said, if you want the world to change, just be the change of the world. Everyone knows what is LibreOffice, but what about the document liberation project? This is something I want to always push, just because sometimes the document foundation is recognized just like LibreOffice itself, while the document foundation is the home for LibreOffice project, but also for the document liberation project. For those who doesn't know what is the document liberation project, it is the part of the software which gives you the possibility to open and save in different formats, just like SVG, for example, or Corel Draw, for example, to just to cite some of them. And this is possible thanks to the filters, which are those pieces of software, and the team who cares for the filters is the Document Liberation Project, and the name of it is, I think, is self-explanatory. So, how to contribute to LibreOffice? I would hand over to Mohammed here, so he can continue the presentation.
Thank you, Gabriele. Could you please confirm you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
definitely.
Thank you.
Yes, everything fine.
Thanks. Thanks to Gabriele for explaining why to contribute. Now let's talk about how to contribute to LibreOffice and Document Liberation Project. You can contribute in various ways like marketing, documentation, translations, quality assurance, infrastructure. You can contribute with design, and you can also take part in development of the projects. Now let's talk about them in detail.
Yes, I just want to remark that the icons, I don't know if you can see my arrow. Yeah, okay. Can you see it? As you can see, the two icons, this is the LibreOffice project, which is obviously present in all of this activity, while some of them are all also applicable to the Document Liberation Project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And first topic to talk about in detail is marketing. You can, how good and beautiful is your project and product or software doesn't matter if you can't market it to people, to have users to use it, who will use, benefit from it and appreciate it. So marketing is a crucial part of the project. You can go to conferences and seminars, talk about LibreOffice and DLP. You can also organize yourselves some conferences or seminars. By the way, if you would like to organize something locally, for example, you can ask for support, financial support, or for mentorship. You can run training sessions. You can train people about LibreOffice on a user level or developer level, technical level. You can contribute with promotions. I don't know if this is a typo, locally.
No, it meant locally and globally at the same time. So
yeah, I thought so. Globally, you can do your promotions on a local level, and they can combine it, result in some global promotion. You can promote LibreOffice in your school, at your workplace, in your country. You can do, especially nowadays, since most things are being online, you can easily do some international promotional things. Then you can prepare promotional stuff which can be reused by others also, like photos, presentations, videos, interviews. You can, for example, interview with someone well-known and publish that. You can also help spreading the love of LibreOffice and DLP on social networks.
Mohammed, there is some kind of noise on your microphone, just like if you are
how about now?
Touching much better. Thank you.
Okay, it was hanging.
Okay.
And about documentation, again, it is a very important part of the project. By the way, I will probably be repeating this sentence because all parts of the project are very important. I think of it like a human body, which needs to be in harmony, and all parts needs to be healthy so that you will be healthy and productive.
Good. I like this.
For documentation, this part I am talking about when I say documentation here, it is mostly about user documentation, or for regular users, common users, or expert level users. We have a documentation team writing and updating, maintaining our documentation, writing manuals, maintaining our online help, also our wiki pages. You can contribute in all of them or one of them as you like. If you would like to join the documentation team, you can just go to LibreOffice.org and click on the Get Involved link. Then under that, you will find the relevant links to join mailing list of documentation team. You can also write file format papers for DLP, and you can support others in English or your language. You can do this on mailing lists by taking part in discussions, providing feedback, answering questions of other users. You can also do that on social networks and LibreOffice Ask, which is a platform, question and answer platform. You can search through questions and you can answer the questions which haven't been answered yet. It is very important because it serves as a knowledge base. It's a memory for all users. If you even asking a question there is a contribution, because if someone else is capable of answering that and answers, then even if after you are done with it, other people in the future will find that and benefit from it.
I want to add really quickly, and probably we should go a little bit faster just because the time is running fast, that, for example, in documentation team, you don't have always to know English, just because sometimes when the manual are translated in your native language, you could be a translator and we'll see it, but you could also just provide the screenshots. So the screenshots, I mean, it's not about translating, it's just about taking the very same image of the software in your locale. So that's it.
Thank you. And you can provide translations. It's a common part of almost all open source projects, large open source projects. They all have translation and localization teams because open source projects are meant to be used all over the world by people speaking different languages. So you can help LibreOffice speak in your language. You can translate manuals, translate online help, translate the website, wiki pages. You can translate LibreOffice interface or marketing stuff. For manuals, you should probably join the documentation team. For website, you might need a bit of knowledge about Silver Stripe. Probably the easiest to get involved here from this list are wiki pages and LibreOffice interface, because for wiki pages you don't need any permission to start. You just go register on the wiki and start contributing by creating new pages in your language. You can create local versions of existing pages, for example. Or you can just go to our Weblate instance where translations are done for the interface and start translating LibreOffice.
I just add that I must update the slides just because the picture here is about Poodle. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we now have Weblate. And also, please notice that all the links in blue, they are hyperlinks. So we will let the slides available, obviously, and when you will download them, you will be able to click on them and go straight to the resources we are talking about.
Thank you. And you can also contribute with quality assurance, which is again a very important part, because it, as its name says, assures quality of LibreOffice. It is mainly, it can be divided into two parts as its benefits, probably, although there are some more experienced people among us probably on quality assurance. You can get help from them when you would like to get involved, like Ilmari. One is assuring the quality by, for example, testing beta versions or development versions of the software and reporting bugs you encounter. The other one is when someone reports a bug, there is a work that needs to be done before it can be fixed by developers. That is bug triaging, and it simply consists of looking into newly reported bugs and triaging them, categorizing them, making sure they are real bugs, and maybe finding the exact points where it started. Like some bugs may start at a certain point, so you can find that point.
You mean the history of the project? So in which version?
Yeah, you can find where it started without knowing any programming. We have instructions for this. This is called by bisection. When you do this, you make that bug report ready to be worked on by developers. You can, as I said, join in bug hunting by beta testing. You can report broken links, prepare files for import-export filters, and you can report layout mismatches, like if you open a docx file and you see some visual discrepancies, you can report those.
I have a question for Cisco, and then I will read the answer afterwards. If this bug shown is one of them or the ones fixed or not, because at the moment it's just a screenshot. I can't, and I also can check now.
And design, if you feel like, I mean, the design is, why design is important is it is related to the face of LibreOffice. Under the hood, how good is software? How good you make it doesn't matter to the user if you present it with an unusable or ugly interface. So it is again a very important part. And if you have some talent in that regard, or you see some parts of LibreOffice that could be better, if you think you can do it better, please come and join the design team. There are very friendly people in the design team. They usually hang out in Telegram group. You can just join and pick up a task. You can contribute by preparing templates. You can help with beautifying and standardizing user interface. You can help with icons and dialog windows. And you can also help with infra if you are, for example, a GNU Linux veteran or a Linux system admin or a technical person who would like to help with those. You can help our infra team to keep our platforms running. We have Bugzilla, Gerrit, OpenGrok, Wiki, Tinderbox, and the list goes on. There is a long list where our small infra team is maintaining. So your help there will be much appreciated. And development, finally.
We just have 2 minutes.
Cool. And this is again a very important part. In the body of LibreOffice, I see it like the beating heart because it moves the underlying infra of the project moving. It brings new features and fixes bugs. That's the part. You can contribute with development. You can contribute with macro writing, extensions, EasyX, or you can contribute directly to the core. Maybe at some point you can become a LibreOffice certified developer. You can find a job with that. We usually hang out in LibreOffice Dev channel on IRC, and we, from time to time, we run hackfests and workshops.
So, if you're okay, I would take back the word and
thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you for your interesting. I mean, I really like just because being just me, you have a different perspective. Let's say that. So it's really enriching the speech itself. So really quickly, why to become a member of the TDF? So why to apply for membership? If you contribute regularly means that you do now and then something. You don't have to do tons of things or huge work or huge effort. But for us, the importance is...
Sorry, Gabriel, let me intervene, please, because we are running out of time now, unfortunately.
Okay.
I want to thank you and Mohammed Kara very much for this interesting talk. But Italo is waiting for the next slot. So thank you very much to show us how to contribute to this TDF membership and what's the possibilities and have there. Thank you very much, and keep on going on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we are waiting for the next call. It should be LibreOffice, improving the project of sustainability. And it's Italo Vignoli to give us this talk. Thank you.
Just a second, sharing my screen and starting the presentation. So this is the wrong one, sorry.
Yes.
Was the previous one.
Too much talk in this conference.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I should shut up.
Take your time, Italo.
I should shut up sometimes. And okay.
Don't think so.
Here it is again, resharing the video, and that's the right one. Okay. So our project is one of the largest in open source software in general. Let's say that the open source environment has changed quite substantially over the last 10 years and has changed over the last 20 since OpenOffice was launched. Around the turn of the century, the open source software was probably limited to a small niche of technical people that were able to manage the software and were able to install the software. Was not always as easy as it is today. In 20 years, the situation has changed completely and has evolved almost every year since then. Let's look at some numbers. I will go quickly through them, but the reality is that today we are in a market which is around $25 billion in 2021. Actually, the market has it was around $30 billion in 2010. It has decreased for 5 years, and then it's increasing back. So now it went down to around $18 billion, so 60% of the original market, and it's going back to $30 billion in 2025. This because something has happened. People with the arrival of internet was forecasting the death of productivity. Everything would have been online and everything would have been on smartphones and tablets, but the reality is that this didn't happen. Of course, in 2020, the market was hit by the pandemic, but we can say that that 2% of growth was just from open source software. And from 2021 to 2025, the growth is around 5%, is steady year over year. In this market, as I said, we are estimated to have around, open source is estimated to have around 16, 17, 18% market share. This is by analysts. But what we have got from Microsoft recently, we have been talking with Microsoft to have LibreOffice in the next iteration of the Windows Store. Is that LibreOffice is probably the most requested open source application by Windows 10 users. So Microsoft, this has two consequences. The first one is that Microsoft is keen about having LibreOffice in the Windows Store, independently from the fact that LibreOffice may be a competitor of Microsoft Office, and shows that the project, although everything could be done better, has grown in a rather good way during the last 10 years. So just to recall a little bit very quickly our model. When we started, the LibreOffice was a fork or a spin-off, if you prefer, from OpenOffice.org. And one of the let's call issue, but one of the fact that we wanted to avoid was to have a single company sponsoring the product. So we tried to design our statutes in a way that was making difficult for a single company to control the project. And on the contrary, we wanted to have an ecosystem of companies that were contributing to LibreOffice. This has happened, as of course has not happened as designed, because we were not able to influence completely the situation around us. But the reality is that after 10 years, we have a strong community and we have a strong ecosystem. For the next 10 years, what we need to do is to strengthen the community and is to strengthen the ecosystem. If we don't make the community and the ecosystem stronger, the risk is that the project is not growing in the right way as it did during the last 10 years. As I said, everything can happen probably in a better way. We all know, we all have one or a couple or three or maybe more things that we would have done in a different way. We should always remember that a project structured as the LibreOffice project, so our model of not having a single entity at the helm, of course, makes it a request to find a balance between the needs of the community and the needs of the ecosystem. We cannot have the community winning on every decision. We cannot have the ecosystem winning on every decision. The ideal situation would be to find a common agreement on each decision. This is not, unfortunately, this is not always possible. So I think we have to be patient and find a way of working together, even in when the discussion seems too strong and seems not to have an end. Life cycle of Office Suite. Our market is a mature market. The reality is that although mature, will not decline. This is clear. The last 10 years have made it clear that desktop productivity, and for desktop productivity, I say productivity on something which is in front of you, not just on your desktop. So can be a desktop computer, can be a laptop, can be a tablet, can be the cloud, which is accessed by a desktop, a tablet, a cloud, and so on. So it's important that we remember that desktop productivity, it's here to stay, will change, but it will not disappear. And what is important to remember is that the attention for digital sovereignty will definitely give new life to Office Suites and give new life to open source Office Suites, because proprietary Office Suites are not born to be compliant to digital sovereignty. So which are the stakeholders? Community members. Every community member has a very high personal involvement because it's volunteering, and has a very high project value because the project is contributing to. Of course, volunteering or in some cases is paid to work on the project. Users do not have personal involvement. The product is free, and they don't see the product as to have a huge value. The Office Suites are a commodity, and this is a fact. The fact that Office Suites are a commodity doesn't take away value from LibreOffice. It's a commodity because it's on every desktop. It's something that everyone is more or less capable of using it. Some numbers about development. I've already provided these numbers, so I think everyone knows that. I think the balance between ecosystem companies and volunteers is not a bad balance, because of course the 28%, and probably in some cases can be more, from volunteers is extremely important. Key activities like localization, documentation, quality assurance, user interface. What is unbalanced, unfortunately, are contributions which are economic, and not only economic, but let's say contributions from users. If we look at donation numbers, 90% are from individuals and 10% from small businesses. There's no donation from large companies, maybe one, maybe two per year, but not visible in comparison to the thousands of donations of individuals. And based on estimates, which are based on numbers, less than 5% of LibreOffice enterprise users, and with enterprise I say companies, organizations that are using LibreOffice, only a few of them contribute to the project. And of course, if we look at the market, $25 billion, and think that the majority of our users in enterprises are not giving back anything, there is something which is not working. It's unbalanced. We should educate enterprise users to contribute in some way. They can, of course, they can put money on the table. They can buy an LTS version. They can pay a developer to develop a feature. They can sponsor the development or a specific group of features. They can pay for support, so solve bugs. And of course, a bug that is solved is, in fact, is a good feature that is added. So we should educate these users to contribute more to LibreOffice. It is true that the advantage goes first to ecosystem companies, but if we think that ecosystem companies are what they are developing is on the LibreOffice master repository, then is the LibreOffice project that has an advantage in getting this kind of contribution from enterprise users. This issue is not unique to LibreOffice. There have been, in the last 10 years, there have been several episodes that confirm this. In 2014, the discovery of the Heartbleed bug revealed that such a strategic software was in fact maintained by two people, and that was not the right thing to do. In 2016, Nadia Egbal, a researcher, published the paper Roads and Bridges, the Unseen Labor Behind Our Digital Infrastructure, which is extremely interesting and covers exactly what the open source communities are doing to improve the technology infrastructure. And in 2019, Dries Buytert is the Drupal guy, published the blog post Balancing Makers and Takers to Scale and Sustain Open Source. So there is a debate on that. If we look at what we are doing, what we have designed, the Document Foundation is part of this debate. This is what I said before. LibreOffice as a recognized brand name, after 10 years, we are recognized as a large project, and this large project, as volunteers, as ecosystem companies, they all are part of the community. There is a large overlap in activities between volunteers and ecosystem companies. We now have a logo for it. We have a logo that is will be used more and more to have the LibreOffice ecosystem being recognized as a kind of entity behind the LibreOffice project, part of the LibreOffice project, part of the LibreOffice community. We have to make enterprise users aware that by contributing a little bit of what they save, but by not using proprietary software, makes LibreOffice stronger, probably makes LibreOffice closer to what they expect from a software. So they would pay really a percentage, a fraction of what they were paying with proprietary licenses, but in return they will get a software which is probably going to evolve faster and evolve closer to their expectation. If we look at how the LibreOffice ecosystem started, this was what happened during the first 4 years. So the ecosystem companies, there was a growing number of ecosystem companies, and the number of paid developers went up from 20 to 60, around 60, so it was possible, for instance, to do the refactoring of the code, to do some key operations to make LibreOffice what it is today. Then we started losing several ecosystem companies, and the number of paid developers has reduced from 60 to around 40. And now it's stable, but of course, we should try to grow it back to 60 and possibly even to a larger number. The community is growing. The ecosystem is not growing as much as the community, so we need to balance the two. Sometimes the relationship between ecosystem and community are not ideal, and I think they are not ideal because there is a partial lack of understanding of each other objectives and realities. And of course, a growing number of community members is not aware of the roots of the project because they are coming 10 years, 5, 7, 10 years later. And the fact that they don't know, they don't have a solid background in the root of the project can create frictions. As I said, we must work together and develop a new strategy for the next decade, supporting the growth of the project, so supporting each other. The ecosystem needs the community. The community needs the ecosystem. We cannot do it by ourselves. This is clear. This should be clear for everyone. So our project has a very good positioning in the free open source environment. The software is available possibly for every platform. We have native support of the best standard document format, a best-in-class support of Microsoft Office documents. We support more legacy proprietary format than any other software. So this makes LibreOffice the only real alternative to Microsoft Office, and probably this is what Microsoft knows. And on the fact that they really want us to be on the Windows 11 store is a demonstration of this. We are really in the at the crossroad of many open source projects, because we have companies that are supporting us. We provide, we are between communities, users. We reflect what traditional software companies are doing. We are really at the crossroads, or in the middle, if you prefer, of the open source environment. Our unique selling proposition, best open source Office suite ever, and this is absolutely uncontroversial. There's no other open source software and open source Office suite capable of doing what LibreOffice is doing, and backed by a community such as the LibreOffice community, and an ecosystem such as the LibreOffice ecosystem. We provide the best of open source. We provide professional support. We provide professional consultancy. So it's a complete project. We will improve it in the next few years, but we are already starting from a very solid base. In the future, we have to leverage our brand. This is one of the reasons why now we have technology and ecosystem logos. Visual logos will help us in being recognized, in having ecosystem companies recognized, in having product based on LibreOffice technology being recognized. It will help us in growing the awareness around LibreOffice. We have to educate users. We have to educate individuals, but we have to educate especially organizations about the value of a self-sustaining free open source software project. And we have to find a balance between the free product and the enterprise supported product. We have a mission, which is to bring free software to the world, but of course, in some cases, we have to be careful where our mission ends and the opportunity for the ecosystem company starts. Let's discuss it. Do not stand as wall against wall. That's not bringing any value to anyone. We have to win as much as everyone else has to win around LibreOffice. We have to underline the peculiarities of the LibreOffice project. It's really unique. Have you heard about an OnlyOffice project? I don't think so. It's not a real project. It's a company releasing an open core product. So in the next 10 years, let's use the LibreOffice technology ingredient brand. It's important. We should all use that concept. It's also a concept that makes LibreOffice stronger. Reduce the perception that the Document Foundation is a software vendor, because people will attach to the software vendor concept the service support and other services that we are not able to provide. We should communicate with a coordinated strategy to make it easier for the user to understand which is the best LibreOffice version for their needs. And of course, we started to differentiate the LibreOffice desktop. We added the community tag to the LibreOffice version released by the Document Foundation. It is clear, it's supported by volunteer. We have to make it clear what supported by volunteers mean, because it's not the same as supported by professionals. A volunteer can be as professional as anyone in terms of quality, but it's not available 24 hours by 7 every day. It's not available according to a service level agreement. So if you need support on a weekend, if you need support at 9 o'clock in the evening, it's probably better that you look for professional support. You pay something and you have what you are looking for. It's useless to send email or to send email like, did you receive my email? I've sent it 4 hours ago, no one has answered. This is something that happens. Sorry, it's not the way you should address volunteers. And we have a LibreOffice Enterprise. This is not a product, is a kind of umbrella name from ecosystem companies. It's professionally supported, suggested for production environments in enterprises and large organizations. This, we should be proud of having an offer which is free for the majority of people and professionally supported for the people that need professional support, because they deploy LibreOffice in an environment where production is important, where you use the software to make money. You use the software to support a business. At the moment, we have many universities. Of course, universities are a composite environment. There are universities in many countries that do not have a lot of money. There are universities that have a huge amount of money. So, of course, we have to be careful there. Governments, enterprises. So we have to be careful about when we look at these users, we have to be careful to see and decide which one has the right of getting the free version and which one has the opportunity of paying for the enterprise version. So
sorry, Italo, last minute started.
Yeah, sure, I know. So LibreOffice Enterprise, as I said, is not the name of a new product, but is the family name for the product provided by ecosystem companies. There are slides that I've started to make available. Please use them. If the slides do not reflect what you are looking for, write me. We will try together to produce a good slide deck for your needs. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. And you will hear me again on this topic many times in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much, Italo, for this interesting insight of LibreOffice, where we are coming from the last 10 years, present, and outlook for the future. Thanks, very interesting talk, fascinating. So we will go quickly over to the next talk. It will be the Q&A session with Board of Directors of LibreOffice and the Membership Committee of LibreOffice, the Document Foundation. Florian, yeah, I see Lotta is in.
Hello,
Marina and Florian.
Hello, can you hear me?
In the talk. Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We do. Oh, perfect. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Marina. So it's Q&A. That's the audience is asked to raise their questions, and hopefully we'll get the answers from the persons present for the Q&A. So it's up to you, audience, please.
Hey, everyone. I hope you can hear and see me.
Yeah, everything fine. Awesome.
So who have the first question?
I think there's a slight delay in the registration, so I think we can break the ice in some other ways.
There was a leftover question from a previous talk from Guillaume. He was asking about democracy and how we are taking decisions inside the TDF. So maybe we can start from this topic. And the question was more on how to make this decision making a bit more open to the other members part of the project.
It's a good question. Democracy always depends on how much time one can spend in discussions. That sometimes can be very hard, and when you get more people involved in open discussions, sometimes it is necessary, but sometimes it also takes more time. So to be honest, I have no answer on that. That you should do this or that in any situation. That's my personal experience, anyways.
What kind of decisions is Guillaume worried about? So one of the things that interests me is how open we are in terms of the team's decisions that are made, which is a lot of the day-to-day work. Like lots of the decisions that TDF make are made by staff and team. I think that's something.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Michael. You're a bit difficult to. Your audio is not very clear.
It's impossible to understand me, even if it is. So I wouldn't worry. But yeah, okay, thanks, Stephen. I was just saying that I think there are a lot of areas where decisions are made, and hopefully decisions are made in a subsidiary way. So whoever is the expert asks whoever is interested. But this is the ideal if you know who's interested. But you know there are lots of meetings and things that occur that we could open up more, I suspect.
Yeah.
From staff through DFD through to whatever, and encourage people to go to them.
Perhaps it's not just all about decisions, if I understand Guillaume right. Democracy or meritocracy is also made with contributions and discussions and giving the opinions and so on. Let me remind, we have an activity a year ago for bringing in another tool for getting the community more in with a kind of social social network or something like this. I don't know exactly the status of this project or this something, but this could be a step for it.
You mean this Decidum platform or?
Decidum was the name. Yeah.
Yeah, there apparently is no live yet. We should actually probably work a bit more on it.
Yeah, I see.
I think there was.
Sorry, folks. I see raising the hand of Marina, or was it a direct response?
Yeah, it was a reply, maybe a clarification on the question I was resharing. I don't think that Guillaume was concerned about a specific decision. I think the question was more in general on how we are discussing and deciding things that are driving a TDF in a direction or another. And I think he was not just going on asking details for a particular topic, but yeah, in general.
So I think what I'd like to highlight is what was said earlier, that being transparent and being open is one side of the problem, and the other side is that it actually takes time to follow and inform oneself. So something that needs a number of people work together. I don't think it's that's one group of people that can solve that. Of course, if one part of the group is not willing to solve it, then it's hard to impossible.
Sorry, Marina, did you raise again your hand? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Always connected with this topic of transparency. Looking at the outcome of the community survey, there is a general demand of a better or increased transparency. I mean, I'm not saying that things were not improving with the last board. Definitely, I think it's good to. There was the positive feedback that it's great to have the minutes available, in particular for people that are not able to attend the board call. But still, there are several. I have the notes in front of me, and there are still several people asking for a more transparent decision when the topic is the general strategy, a roadmap, a vision for a project, and at the same time, they are also asking to avoid to fight in public. Because the comment is shield the community from politics, and this one is the comment. So it's good to go public, to go transparent, but understanding when it's the time to just clarify things not on the board discuss list or directly in public.
I think that's
it's an interesting statement.
Sorry, I saw Lothar raising his hand.
Okay, let me step in first.
Lothar, it's your turn.
Okay, so this is exactly the problem between transparency and decision making and discussing things. I think Italo made a great talk, which incorporated a lot of things we are discussing, and which is not always for a broader audience. We also have in mind that there are some market partners which are not so interested in having a good community, but certainly this is something where you can ever get better, and certainly there must be a leadership from the board, and there must be also the opportunity to be informed and to take part of the discussions which are going on, especially for the main streets or the main roads, or how do you say to it, strategy, vision, mission, and so on.
Thank you, Lothar. So next is Michael raising his hand. Michael Mix. Thanks.
Yes, I mean, I think it's good to have transparency. Obviously.
Sorry, Michael. Could you improve your audio?
Yes, I don't know. If I swallow the microphone, does that help? Sorry, I'm at a weird place. So I think transparency is the right tension there between transparency and the sausage machine of politics. And the board deals with a lot of difficult issues and with passion, and has views from all across the spectrum. And I think that can be upsetting to people who don't realize that everyone is on the same team at some level and they just really disagree. And so if you don't want to see conflict, then you don't want everything to be transparent, or you want a puppet pretend play government that isn't the real discussion, I think. So I think there is a tension there. And we've tried to be more transparent and have more public conflict, I think, visible. I don't know if that's good for the project, but I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Next is again Marina raising her hand. Thank you.
Yeah, as I was saying, there are really positive comments on the improvement done on the transparency. But sometimes I know that, I mean, we are all human, and it's not easy sometimes when the discussion it's getting with a bit of tension to just calm down and take a breath before throwing out the next email. But sometimes there are really too many discussions going on board discuss that are not with a tone that can help. In particular, if the reader is not really aware of how TDF works and which are the people involved and why maybe one person can be triggered by someone else and so on. So in that case, maybe let's wait the usual 10 seconds before pressing send. Usually can help.
Thank you, Marina. Next will be Torsten, and afterwards Emiliano, please. And then Core, I see. So it's Torsten, Emiliano, Core.
Thanks a lot. So yes, I think the transparency doesn't mean that you can see the entirety of the sausage machine. Transparency usually just means that you see how a decision, how decisions come to pass, like what inputs are there, and then how the decision is made, and then transparently explaining the decision. That doesn't mean that the entirety of the internal discussion has to be in public, which my hope is that solves the problem, that the decision process, what's happening, the agenda, what are we talking about, that this is public and transparent. And the internal, perhaps, discussions where it's a bit more heated, I think it's worth having that not in public. If you, as somebody listening and being interested in even more transparency, I think there's a board election coming up, so that would be the unique opportunity to have the full transparency. Just join the board and the decision making there. And of course, the hope is that with the diverse board that we have, or that everybody in the community has somebody who's representing you on the board level, and some amount of trust that your interests are represented there. And as long as it's clear what the board is talking about and deciding about, then poking your representative, the person you trust on the board, and asking for input or clarification, I think, from my perspective, would be the perfect balance.
Okay, thank you. So next will be Emiliano, as I said, and then Core, and I get the information that also Björn raised his hand. So it's Emiliano, Core, and Björn, please.
Thank you very much. I would like just to point out a detail, which is the transparency asking is not directly opposite to the shielding of the politics, because if I read the comment that triggered the shielding of the politics out of the discourses was referring to a developing environment, which is part of our community and not the whole bunch. So maybe we should try to understand why and where we need to be more transparent and less transparent, if any. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emiliano. So next, please, Core.
Yeah, thanks, Emiliano, also for what you said, because indeed one of my questions was talking about transparency. Is it about concern that you really miss some things about decisions that you say that you really wonder what's going on here? Why? Or is it about general interest, being concerned in how the whole policy making is going? That's one thing, and the other thing is what I heard in Italo's talk was some clear explanation of, let's say, the unique position of our foundation, our community, which brings in a lot of different people with different background, with different interests. And at one side, that's of great strength, but on the other side, that's about how Michael and Thorsten said, the sausage making, the process of getting compromises, what then will be presented as a decision, that's sometimes a tough one, where we need to think another 10 seconds maybe, and sometimes you get too passionate and start whatever. So it's all in all, it's interesting. So anyone who said stand up for the board if you have some good spirit and ideas, I think that's valuable. Yep.
Thank you, Cor. So next will be Björn. As I said, then it's Lothar afterwards.
I think Björn was just raising the hand for us here. Unless, Björn, you want to say something.
For the Hamburg connection community. Okay, so go on, please.
Okay, but it would be nice to hear him. Yeah, do we not make the same thought now in discussing between us and not hearing?
Sorry, I thought Hamburg was going to sing a song for us, the whole Hamburg team, or Thorsten.
Well, let's have this happening at the end. But
sorry, yeah,
there is
I'm sorry.
Some other question for the board or for the MC or something like this.
So I think, Lothar, you are next. If I get it right, you raised your hand, isn't it?
Yes, my comment was not today to do the same as we are doing usually to discuss between us so long. Perhaps there's another comment or question, perhaps another item from the really good survey. I didn't see the answer up to now.
Okay, thank you, Lothar. Are there any more questions, answers, comments? Marina, next one, please.
It's me again. Sorry.
Yeah, welcome.
I'm just saying that we got some critics or some points where we should reflect a bit on, but we also got some really good and positive advices on where the community would like to see activities done. There are even some good ideas that are just planned or in general that are ongoing actually. So it's also good to get the confirmation that on some topics, at least on some topics, the community seems to follow what the board is trying to achieve. So it's not everything negative. Please don't get me wrong. Absolutely, there are some interesting news in this outcome from this survey. But yeah, it's probably something that we need to digest together with a bit of time.
Okay, thank you, Marina. So who is next to have some comment to some?
So there was an update from Guillaume on the chat, I think.
Just let me have a look. I just see that Italo went for a coffee, but that's not a very important thing.
It was on the Telegram matrix
Let me read it out. I have it straight on the screen. So
Okay.
Gilliam is writing, it's perhaps the board and MC response to my question, but for what it's worth, my question wasn't about a criticism of lack of transparency, but rather how to grow democratic participation, the vote percentage, number of candidates, the membership base, but he appreciates debates anyway. So he asks, how can we grow the participation in our democratic processes?
So we were afraid of being criticized as boards.
Yeah, it's interesting. You always hear what you want to hear. I think it's been pretty much since the first board election. I think overall, percentage vote for board and MC is going down, and it's perhaps indeed something that we should ask ourselves how to improve there. Marina, do you remember from the last board election?
Torsten, I have just Michael next one, and then maybe Marina. Michael?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think we're doing some useful things here. My take is that the square root of the number of people in your membership are actually engaged with your process. So we need to, multiply our membership significantly, not by signing up our friends and family, but, well, that might be a good idea, but by getting people to contribute more. So I'm really encouraged to see Hussein arriving as a dev mentor and growing that community. It's the more we can do to grow our community, I think the more engaged people we would have. So I think there's a short cut to that, and I think it's normal that people are disengaged generally. Short of doing something crazily controversial.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Next will be Marina again. Thanks for raising your hand.
Yeah, so it's not the first time we are having this discussion, Michael. And let me just be clear. With growing our members, I never meant just to go in front of a supermarket and ask people to join TDF. Absolutely no. The point is that we need to have a board of trustees that is aware of what is TDF and what we are doing with the foundation. So something that probably we could try to think about is to prepare those members, members of the board of trustees, to grow over the time in a way that then maybe they can also be ready for running for the MC, for the board, without having this I'm getting a train in the face effect when you discover what is behind sitting on a chair that is in the board or in the MC, because there's really a lot that is happening behind the scenes for driving the foundation. And I'm not talking about lack of transparency, just a lot of work that is done silently, and that should be advertised a bit more for preparing the people that then could replace us. I mean, I don't want to be in the MC forever. Sooner or later, I would like just to be a normal contributor. But yeah, it's important to prepare the others to be ready.
So, yeah, thank you, Marina. Then I get a question from Cisco. I read on the chat. So let me get to this one. If it's still here, Cisco, yeah. Oh, where did I find it? Yeah, that was the question from Cisco. From your experience in the board, what would be your advice
We're breaking up a bit, it seems.
Join to the board for the first time?
Time and passion.
That's a very quick and short answer. Thank you. So next one will be Hamburg again, as I see. And then there should be Emiliano and Paolo, if possible. Thank you. Hamburg, Thorsten?
I think they are experiencing some issues with the connection at the moment.
Okay, then it's up to you, Emiliano, the next one.
So thank you very much. If Hamburg comes online, please raise your hand. I'll try to pass again the words. So what I would like just to add is that Michael is right. Probably a good pressure to have new people and new contributions to the governance of TDF is going through increasing the membership and increasing people that wants to be member. On the other hand, I liked very much the answer that Marina did, because to be honest, I was for the first time in the board this term, and I felt like invested by train or something like that at some moment in time. So there is really a lot of work behind that, and I think every one of our members should be prepared and know that usually what the board means and thoughts by a whole is not always what the single thinks, and also is not what the whole community thinks. So that's another point to underline and to share. So there should be maybe a little more attention on onboarding people inside TDF and its governance. So I don't see the situation in being better in Hamburg. So I think I'll get back to Stefan. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Emiliano, for your statement. I have now next to be Paolo and then Michael.
Hello.
Please have a look on the clock. We can maybe slightly overrun, but not. We have not a lot of time more.
I'll be quite quick, because then practically Emiliano said most of what I wanted to say. You know, as a first-time member of the board, there's been a lot of work to be done for myself to actually understand what was going on, how to take decision, and also get all the background information that are needed to take those decisions. So one of the things that actually I had to do is practically to reread all the minutes, all the documents available to understand, okay, can I make this decision knowing exactly what I'm talking about? So that is a pretty hard work. So probably there should be much better documentation regarding previous decision or background information, so that the new members will be able to actually get up to speed a bit, faster. And on top of it, if you are passionate about something, well, don't be shy. Scream, argue. You want to just, keep your ideals and your idea of what TDF should be and LibreOffice should be at the top level. So compromising is okay, but push as much as you can. That's my advice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paolo. And now it's Michael, please.
Just to sort of partly agree with that and partly turn it on its head, I think we live in an era where the politics is heavily polarized, and people love to demonize their opponents and not listen to them and come up with, two-dimensional caricatures and beat them in public. And I think we all suffer from this. And actually, one of the key skills as a board member is working with other people and trying to be moderate and adopt a middle path and to compromise. So, practice saying something really moderate. Pick one of these culture wars and then say, well, those guys have something to say, but, there is also something to say on the other side, and then maybe, form a view in the middle. That would be my tip for things that's needed in the board.
Thank you, Michael. And then we have, I think, Hamburg, Thorsten.
Okay, let me try if you can hear me now.
Yeah, it's great. Working.
Great. Sorry for that. Right. So I think I broadly agree with almost everybody before, because we were all touching just different aspects of that story, and it's I mean, there's a chance we're talking cross-purpose. I don't think so. I think we're just addressing the problem from different angles. What I was saying earlier, and I'd like to repeat that, is that before we invest heavily into having millions of additional members, perhaps one of the first things we as TDF, and especially we as a board, perhaps should do is ask ourselves if pretty much the only right that the member has is to vote for a membership committee and to vote for the board of directors, and then like less than 2/3 of the group of people who actually applied for membership then actually participate in the vote, what is the problem? And that's probably the first thing that I would try to figure out. And I don't know if the survey has any input there, whether people are just frustrated by politics and therefore don't vote, and otherwise use the membership because they want to associate themselves with TDF a bit more strongly, or what is behind that.
Okay, thank you very much, Torsten, for this statement. And thank you to you all for this debate. It was very interesting, this exchange of statements, opinions, and debating about this. I'll close this session, this talk, and then we will go on with the closing session. Thank you very much for debating. Thanks.
I think closing session is.
So I think we need Italo.
Italo, indeed.
He's still gone away with his coffee.
No, no.
I
He was listening with such ears.
We can even understand Italo.
Italian coffee is slow and good, we know.
So we will go on with the closing session. Who to start? I think it's is Lothar or maybe Italo. It's Italo. Okay.
I'm sharing my slides. Lothar is. I will give the mic to Lothar in a short while. So just a few numbers. We almost in real time. Around 250 participants, 56 sessions with 47 different speakers, 368 unique IPs with 439 unique devices, and 2,278 views of YouTube live streams, and 316, almost 317 gigabytes of data going around the world to carry our messages. I think it was a nice experience being one of the organizers, and of course thanks to the infra group for supporting the entire conference and with acting in real time when there were issues. Thanks also to conference sponsors, of course. So let me repeat their names. Collabor and Allotropia were the two main sponsors of the event. Linux Professional Institute marks the starting of a hopefully fruitful and long collaboration around certification. Omnis Cloud and Carbone.io are the last two sponsors. Thank you to all the sponsors. They've allowed us, for instance, to get an incredible recording infrastructure. Let's say that we hope that the recording infrastructure has worked. At the moment, we are only sure that there are the files. We'll see if everything was okay with the files during the next few days. And of course, thank you to all LibreOffice project members. Thank you to a fantastic community of volunteers and ecosystem companies. I think, and as I said during my previous talk about the project sustainability, we have the opportunity of making this great project even better. So let's work together to achieve this objective, which is something that I'm proud to say no open source community has achieved before. And so we have the opportunity of setting some step in the history of open source software. A few takeaway message. In terms of market, we are in a growing market segment where the open source adoption is growing. LibreOffice is improving with each major release. 7.2 was particularly significant in terms of Microsoft Office compatibility, interoperability. And according to Microsoft, this in informal talks, LibreOffice is the most requested open source software by Windows 10 users. And this, I think, is something rather significant as well. In terms of technology, LibreOffice technology is a distinct advantage of our project over other proprietary and open source Office suites. I will spend some time in trying to make this message clear to everyone and to provide the resources for TDF members to make to empower TDF members and project members to make this message and to bring the message outside our community at events, in their talks, when they're talking to companies, when they're talking to other users, when they're talking to other projects. The diversity of solutions provided by community and ecosystem is another distinctive advantage of the LibreOffice project. So again, we have software basically for every platform. Let's look at that as a resource for everyone. It is not because it's provided by a company that we shouldn't promote a software in the right environment. So we should, in the enterprise environment, we should be proud of supporting products provided by ecosystem companies. As much as ecosystem companies should be proud of supporting and suggesting LibreOffice when they talk in an environment where there are not potential customers of their company. Document interoperability is improving thanks to many, and I think here I want to thank one company who is doing a great job, is a member of the ecosystem, is NISZ, is the Hungarian company that is providing a lot of research and patches on document interoperability. This is not to say that the work done by other companies is not important, but the other companies have been mentioned and have provided presentation during the conference, so I wanted to mention our Hungarian friends. And in terms of community, We should be proud of being members of a unique community. We have volunteers that provide development, localization, design, documentation, quality assurance, advocacy, marketing, infrastructure, user support, and probably I forgot some activities. And we have ecosystem companies providing professional services targeted to enterprises, development, level 2 and 3 support, migration consulting, and training. We should all be proud of being members of this community and proud of supporting the activities of all the components of the community. We have mentors helping newcomers in every area of the project. And this is not only the person that have a mentor title, but I know that there are developers that are mentoring newcomers as well, and people that is helping newcomers in their trip inside our community, their journey inside our community. So be proud of everyone. We have the logos now, technology and ecosystem. This is probably not the last step, but a very important step in the marketing plan. I'm being the person who has invested more time in the marketing plan. I'm extremely happy to have these two logos. We will start using them. We will start providing suggestion to people to where to use the logos, how to use them, and of course we will announce them formally on our blog in the next few days. And that's an overview of the conference. And now I give the microphone to Lothar for the closing words.
Okay, thank you, Italo. So let me, give me the chance to say a few words for closing this. Don't wonder, this is nothing new. This is perhaps a summary of all we have talked about the whole 3 days, but also especially in the last 2 hours with all these discussion and talks. So, dear participants, 3 days of the LibreOffice conference are over. A full-packed schedule of talks come to an end. Perhaps a little bit early, but time to reflect and think about which highlight you got in the conference. So let me share my impression of this year's conference. We had really, really good talks about all areas of engagement in our project, from localization and local community building, over documentation and quality assurance, handling LibreOffice modules, features, and some interface items, quality assurance activities, document format advocacy and marketing announcements, as well as new steps and joint efforts in the certification area, and so much more. Impressive as a highlight of this conference from my point of view were all the talks with helping for getting involved in code contributions. We have made so much efforts to push this and make it easier for individuals as well as potential ecosystem partners to join in for bringing our beloved software package in the new decade. Thanks for that. And now I encourage, and it is your turn to take all these possibilities and items for growing our community and getting an even more diverse paths in it. So a huge thank you to all speakers, also for the talks about all volunteer activities around that. Nothing works without the other. I think this is an important value to reflect. And it is well established in the statutes of our foundation. And this is a perfect point to hint you to become also a more or less formal member of the Document Foundation. Also in this conference, we have seen so much people talking about activities and engagement for the LibreOffice community, which perfectly qualifies for a TDF membership. If you have questions and you have seen all the talks from the membership committee, if you have questions about that, please do not hesitate to ask the membership committee or even the board if and how to get a TDF member. And as we also heard half an hour ago, as I talk about the board and the steering bodies of TDF, there's also another reason for getting a member of TDF. Every 2 years, the membership is called to stand and to vote for the board. Certainly also for the membership committee, but this year, the current term of the board is coming to an end. And in a few weeks, the nomination phase for the board election will start. So I want to encourage you not just to get a member, but also to think about and stand for a seat on the board. It is hardly needed to have a diverse and all angles of the community reflecting board. Needed for steering the foundation, the home of the widely known brand and software of LibreOffice, steering it in the next decade, overcoming the pandemic issues and growing all angles of the community. All this on the ground of the statutes and out of the experiences in our meanwhile long open source project history. But let me not end also to mention the team behind the conference as well as behind TDF. Again, you all rock a great online conference with all these tasks and activities behind the stage for conference organizing, for infrastructure, for such an online event, for moderation, for monitoring, and probably all that, what even I do not see and perhaps have forgotten to mention here. All of you, a big, big thank you. And last but not least, as I mentioned, and Italo mentioned it, the importance of contributions. So let me thank our sponsors again, some long-term contributors and others who hopefully will stay at the project as well beyond the conference. I hope, sponsors, you enjoyed the conference and the talks and all the context around as well. So let me end the closing words from my side with the words I used also the last time. Ask what LibreOffice can do and is doing for you. But also ask yourself what you can do for LibreOffice. So, bye-bye, and hopefully see you next year in an in-person meeting again. It was a pleasure and an honor to serve as your chair. Back to Italo.
Thank you, Lothar, for these kind words for closing this session, this fantastic session. Thank you very much. And I want to give the opportunity to hand over to our executive director, Florian Effenberger, for some words, and then go on with Italo. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So not much to add from my side. I'd like to thank you, Lothar, for your work. I'd like to thank everyone for the work. As said, we had a great online event. It worked all quite well. Lots of you. It's a conference that's in English, and I appreciate it's not easy for everyone to join it if it's not your mother tongue. So the challenges, especially when we can't meet in person and can't socialize, they are much higher. And even more, I appreciate that you spent your time here and were with us. We all hoped we could meet in person this year. Let's hope we can do it next year. And just let me again thank everybody who was involved, the sponsors, the speakers, everybody who was coordinating, all the moderators who did a great job, everybody in front of their computers recording the conference. That was really great. There's so much work. Some of that is visible with people on stage. The other part is barely visible. It's lots of technical and coordination work, like with an in-person conference. So thanks to everyone. As last year, we had to act socially distant, but still we were somewhat close, and I appreciate it a lot. It's great to work with all of you. Thanks to everyone. And with that, I'd like to hand back to Italo, and I think then to the official closing of this year's virtual LibreOffice conference.
Okay, so there are a few conferences during the last months of the year. Actually, the open source experience and the SFS Con in Bolzano will be in November. They are face-to-face, but they will accept contribution from remote. We will be speaking. There will be LibreOffice representative at both conferences. And in this case, in Paris and Bolzano, we will be physically there. There will be a conference in Belgrade, in Serbia, the first weekend of October. It's an hybrid conference because Serbia cannot open to everyone because of the pandemic. So there will be, I will represent the project at this conference. And we have Linux Day in Italy in late October. Is going to be virtual as well. And so if you are interested in learning about LibreOffice or meeting people, you will probably be able to meet someone in Paris and Bolzano, or listening in English in Belgrade and in Italian in the Italian Linux Day. And we usually, the last slide of the conference is the announcement of the next year location. At the moment, of course, we cannot make any announcement. Unfortunately, the situation, although improving slowly, is not yet, the pandemic is not yet resolved. So we do hope really to meet in person in 2022. We are carefully watching the situation, and we will make an announcement as soon as we can. For sure, we will be at FOSDEM, which I think will be fully virtual in 2022, as usual, as every year. FOSDEM has not announced a program for 2022. If you want to get this announcement, look at our blog or at our mailing list. We will definitely announce our programs on them, and also in our social media channels. And so that's the end. Thank you again to everyone. As usual, has been a very nice experience, and giving a lot of energy, transferring a lot of energy, even during these unfortunate times where we cannot meet in person. Thank you, really, everyone, and see you as soon as possible. I will be in Paris and Bolzano, and I hope to be able to meet a lot of you in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Italo. And with these words of Italo, I think this session, this LibreOffice Conference 2021, is definitely closing. Thanks to you all.
Thanks, everyone.
And see you
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Bye, bye,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Adios.
Bye.
Bye-bye
Let's-
from Rio de Janeiro.
Great. Let's hope to meet soon in person. Bye.
Bye-bye.